Welcome, one and all, to the PACIFIC414 YouTube channel. My name is Mike, and I'm glad you could be here. What is the PACIFIC414 YouTube channel, you might be asking? This channel is about a series I call The Box Score, where I recap each and every Chicago Cubs game that I'm able to watch. It's also about the Box Score sister series called The Mound Visit, where during Major League Baseball's offseason, I discuss all the news and rumors going about the league. However, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy. That's why on this channel you will see PACIFIC414 episode reviews, where I give my latest review and opinion of an episode of a TV series that I am watching. You will also see PACIFIC414 movie reviews, where I review movies of the past and present. You will also see a weekly series called PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, where I talk about all the news, rumors, and opinions going throughout pop culture, entertainment, anime, video games, and more. You'll also find live game streams on this channel, and you'll find my version of shorts called Quick Takes. Due to adult language, however, this channel is not recommended for those under 18. I hope you like what you see here on the channel, and if you do, feel free to leave a comment down in the comment section on a video, give it a thumbs up, share the video, and consider subscribing to the PACIFIC414 YouTube channel. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you, and have yourself a great day. And welcome, one and all, to PACIFIC4 Pop Talk. I'm your host, Mike. This morning, I have a few articles to talk about. One about David Tennant's return to Doctor Who, at least some more information about it. We also have news on Danielle Pineda wanting a Faye Valentine spinoff from Netflix. Good luck with that. And speaking of Netflix, they have fired hundreds of employees in light of slower revenue. There's also news on a Western reboot of Astro Boy, along with a One Piece Red announcement as far as the release date is concerned. Great Scott! We also have some news on some crossover figures featuring Street Fighter and the Transformers. So transform and roll out. All right, I had to throw that in there. But first, before I begin, I want to say good morning to DJ Ronnie G, who says good morning, Atlantic 818. Okay, secret's out. That's my alias. That's my alternate name. Yeah, okay. Now you all know. Now you all should be happy. Let's see. GMC Games, Movies, and Comics says good morning. Let's go. Stream, liked, and shared. Thank you very much, brother. Really appreciate it. DJ Ronnie G says, I actually start the stream with a dislike and click like if I see something exceptional. Okay, well, we all roll our own separate ways. Then he goes on to say, okay, not really. Good morning, games, movies, comics, or us. He also says, see, I wish I could speak a coherent string of words for this long. Well, just sit back, relax, and listen to me. I can't always speak a coherent sentence for a long period of time. A lot of times I flub the lines.
and those lines that are up in my head. I don't rehearse this. I don't script this. Nah. Why? Because I'm going to go off script. That's why. All right. So, hope you're all doing well on this Sunday morning. Thank you all for spending part of your Sunday with me. Greatly appreciate it. And let's not delay any longer and get to the first story here. I'll first show it on screen, and I will also share the article as always in the chat. This way, if you would like to read along, you can, or read ahead. There you are. And DJ Ronnie G says, I re recorded the same vid 5 times last night. Oh gosh, brother. I feel you, brother. There have been times, it doesn't matter if I'm doing an episode of the box score that I'm recording, episode reviews, movie reviews, or any other video where I've had to redo it, you know, 5 times like you or more. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, it gets frustrating. You know what you want to say, you know how you want to say it, and you keep screwing it up. Something doesn't come out right, something doesn't sound right, and it's aggravating, but you push through. I- I'll give you guys a little hint as to what I do when I'm recording. I used to, stop the recording as soon as I made a mistake. Now I've gotten to the point where I just keep the recording going, and even though it's still going as I'm making the mistakes, I try to look at the time frame when I made that mistake so I can give myself a mental reminder and cut that part out. And I do want to say good morning to Gab Stargate. Good morning. How are you? Gab Stargate also says, hail all. So, this first article we have here from Bounding in the Comics says Netflix fires hundreds of employees in light of slower revenue growth. This was posted on Friday, the 24th, and it's by Paul Hare. I'm not making that up. That is his last name, Paul Hare. It says Netflix hasn't gone broke from getting woke, but it certainly seems to be hurting from it, as the streaming giant has just fired hundreds of employees due to what they describe as slower revenue growth. Speaking to Deadline on June 23rd, a Netflix spokeswoman confirmed, today we are sadly letting go of around 300 employees. While we continue to invest significantly in the business, we made these adjustments so that our costs are growing in line with our slower revenue growth. We are so grateful for everyone they have. Sorry, let me start this over again. See, even I flub stuff up doing it live. We are so grateful for everything they have done for Netflix and are working hard to support them. Though through this difficult transition, Mike, not though. See, I'm already flubbing. I'm already screwing up. If I was playing a game, well, especially baseball, that's that's another error. And the fans would be heckling me, and I don't expect anything different from you guys. The entertainment news outlet further noted that, according to their sources, while the cuts mostly impacted teams in the United States, it also affected the company's offices for the Asia Pacific, Europe, Middle East, and Africa and Latin America regions. Goes on to say this news comes on the heels of Netflix showing the door to a number of personnel in May, at the time sacking approximately 150 full time employees and severing ties with dozens more part timers and contractors. As we explained on earnings, our slowing revenue growth means we are also having to slow our cost growth as a company. The streaming giant explained in a statement issued alongside the news. So sadly, we are letting around 150 employees go today, mostly US based. These changes are primarily driven by business needs rather than individual performance, which makes them especially tough as none of us wants to say goodbye to such great colleagues. We're working hard to support them through this very difficult transition. Well, nobody wants to see anybody, regardless of what company they're working for. Nobody wants to see anybody lose a job, especially with the way things are going right now. And hello, Cash from the Phantom Hooligans. He says it's time for chaos. Well, chaos isn't here, but if you'd like to be here, it's time for the link. So let me put the link in the chat, and anybody who wishes to join can join. And no, I won't corrupt you to become a Cub fan because not now's not a good time to become a Cub fan. Unless you want your anger to flow through you. So let me get this pinned here. There we go. And let me switch the chat to live chat. I don't know why not Netflix, YouTube always wants to put this in top chat, but it does. Welcome, Cash. How you doing?
Yo,
All right, so I'm going to continue this article. It says further, as part of a marketing department restructuring undertaken in April, Netflix also previously laid off 25 editorial staffers and contractors from their Tudum fan site division. Notably, all these staff reductions came after Netflix reported a loss of 200,000 subscribers, me being one of them. Okay. All right. I know maybe that laugh was uncalled for, but what are you supposed to do when there's not much on Netflix that really grabs your attention? All right. So it goes on to say, amidst these continuing cuts, some have questioned what role, if any, Netflix embrace of wokeness has played into their current financial troubles. While there are likely multiple factors that are causing viewers to leave the streaming service, their production and antagonistic promotion of such productions as Masters of the Universe Revelation, Cuties, Dear White People, and Cowboy Bebop, it seems that their turn towards identity and gender politics may be playing an even bigger role in than even they realize. Netflix troubles are even more interesting when put into context of the industry as a whole, as though the company remains the streaming service with the most subscribers, it isn't the unchallenged champion it once was. With the rise of such streaming services as Disney Plus, Crunchyroll, Paramount Plus, and even Peacock have provided Netflix with more than its fair share of increasingly stiff competition, a concept that to the streamer once seemed to all but impossible. However, it wasn't just them. In May 2021, media mogul Barry Diller shared his opinion with CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin that Netflix has won the streaming wars several years ago. They're the only ones who have the skill and momentum to keep making these somewhat lucrative, or I'm sorry, lunatic investments in programming. You cannot compete with the momentum, the scale. No one will ever be able to do that. Yet much has changed in the years since Diller made those remarks, as after years of seizing upon Netflix and learning from occasional difficulties, the aforementioned competition has slowly altered the streaming landscape in their favor, and wokeness has been a meaningful factor in all of it. ultimately, with the news of these latest firings, some will argue that this round of Netflix layoff are but the latest sign that people are starting to reject the general concept of wokeness in their entertainment. While they are right in a certain degree, it would be forward to claim that these things are about to change. After all, woke run society, and so wokeness in Hollywood is here to stay. And honestly, if you want to know my opinion, this is partly due to the wokeness that is occurring throughout all of entertainment, where everybody's virtue signaling and acting like they care about something that they've never cared about before, nor will they ever care about it. And let's see, we have a few more folks that have come into the chat this morning. I want to say good morning to Darius Munchausen. Good morning. Good morning to Matt from Channel 66. Good morning. Darius, you got me. This live stream began 3 minutes early. Just to play the countdown video, and also uh, please subscribe to the channel and let folks who never subscribe to the channel know what this channel is about. And don't take any offense to it. I will probably do that more times than I care to admit, just to, you know, give myself a little bit more time and help everybody get settled in. And of course, Darius is saying morning to Channel 66. He's also saying morning to Gab Stargate. Channel 66 is saying good morning to Darius Munchausen. And good morning to Mr. Brown Alliance. I have watched your content several times, good sir, and I'm happy that you could be here. And Darius says, here to stay. Yeah, we'll see. Depends on your definition of wokeness. Yeah, everybody's definition of wokeness will be different. What I would consider wokeness, maybe someone else might look at me and go, you're crazy, Mike. And let's see. Darius is saying hello to Mr. Brown Alliance. Darius also says, no offense at all. Just seeing a live stream start early, like man landing on the moon. Yep. And Mr. Brown Alliance says, hail and good morning. So, Cash, what do you make of the Netflix layoffs?
Well, Netflix is definitely having their issues again. This is not the first time this kind of situation has happened, and I don't know if it'll be the last. Yet there's still content that is coming out on Netflix. Cobra Kai will be coming out. That's one show. But I don't really understand some of their shows. I still don't understand why they need to have cuties on there. If people are always worried about censoring other people, you look at something like cuties and you're like, they should probably just get rid of that. I'm not for canceling really anything, but it's a travesty.
I haven't even thought about watching Cuties even
Me neither.
once.
Unfortunately, I know about it, and that's about as far as I'm going to go with it. They think that their shows, and yet I will say this before I continue on with that other statement. They do have some anime recently that's like, wow, this is cool. Where I actually saw a guy get punched in the face and his head exploded. There's all this blood. It's like a kung fu kind of thing set in Mexico with Danny Trejo. I don't know if you've heard of it. I can't remember the name of it. But
no, but between yourself, Lord Crit, and Paul from Phantomology, you all three of you have told me about Arcane and how I should check it out.
Yeah, I would say with Arcane, give it a 2-3 episodes, and then I think it'll really. Well, I guess I can't say you really will. I think it's definitely one of the better shows, but you have to stick with it. You have to be patient with it because it takes a little time to build. And then once it does, things get really crazy. There's things you can find, there's shows you can find on Netflix, but Netflix continues there to do silly things like, well, here's you can't have family members. We're going to charge people extra because other people were using their account. That's a silly part. You need to always have enough content on Netflix. For some people, it's enough. For other people, it's not. And it's just, but it's a mess. There's just these shows, and you go, yeah, I'm not like Squid Game. A lot of people liked. I didn't get to watch it, but when I had access to Netflix, what I liked watching on there was old animes the most.
Nothing wrong with that. It's like me when I would go onto Netflix when I had a subscription, and I would end up watching the original series, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager and Enterprise, even though I had the physical copies available to me at home. I would
Right.
still go on there and I would watch.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't one of those cases where I'd be watching from season 1 all the way to season 3 of the original series, or all 7 seasons of Next Gen, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager. No, I would pick and choose what episodes I wanted to watch.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And that's a cool part of Netflix. And of course, then for a lot of TNG and other Star Trek shows went to Paramount, of course, because they have the rights. But the problem is, if you spend too much money on a lot of these streaming services, it's going to get expensive, and I would say it's not worth it. The Netflix, when it started, it didn't have much content at all. It had some, but it took a few years before it started getting more. Then they get into these fights with the whole thing with Chappelle, and then they're like, "Oh, we're going to defend Chappelle," and then it just keeps getting worse and worse. And the reason people are leaving, it's like, here's more pandering, basically, of these shows that people just aren't interested in. Some people are, but some people aren't. What's funny still with this industry in general is that they could have the stuff that is considered woke or pandering or whatever, and then they could have more shows that aren't like that. So you have different audiences. But for some reason it's more, it has to be this way or else. But obviously their just content is not that good. And so people are dropping the service again. The question is it going to be enough people? And I'm not saying people can't find content to watch on there, but it would be very interesting to see if somebody did a poll and said, the question, do you watch more older stuff on Netflix than newer content?
And the answer for me, and I'm sure a lot of you can say the same thing, is that we tend to watch the older content than the newer content. I mean, look at Hulu right now. They have some older shows on there, but they also have some new shows on there. The current season of The Orville's currently streaming on there. And you and I have found another show on Hulu that you and I have particularly enjoyed, and that's The Old Man with Jeff Bridges.
Yes, and that's also on FX as well. So,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And good morning to Anonymous. How are you doing,
Anonymous. Sir? Hello,
Hi,
sir.
guys.
It's been a little while. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
I can't complain.
Fine Sunday morning.
Yeah, pretty good.
Sweet.
So, Anonymous, to get you up to speed, I just read an article from Bounty in the Comics about Netflix laying off some employees and how they're saying it's all due to contributing slowing revenue. I can't even speak this morning.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm sure it is. Obviously, people are leaving the service. I did, but that was way back in the cuties day. And a lot of people did, and a lot of people still. I mean, it's the messaging, I guess, the stuff that they've been doing, and to be honest with you, it's probably they know it's bad, and they know why it's bad. So why not clean house? Maybe try to change direction and win back some customers if they can properly brand their streaming service as something neutral, at least neutral. Maybe they can win back some more customers.
Which they can, but they have to go about the correct steps in order to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tricky situation for sure, but if they continue down the path they are, even keeping Dave Chappelle, it ain't going to make a difference.
No, and it honestly, it shouldn't make a difference who they have on there as long as people are enjoying the content.
Well, I mean,
it shouldn't matter if someone like Dave Chappelle is on their platform. As long as there's an audience for Dave Chappelle, they'll watch it. There's an audience for all types of TV shows and movies out there.
Yeah, but I know there is, but it all depends on the extreme of which, obviously, I mean, like I didn't leave because they had some gay shows on there. I really didn't care. I didn't watch them. Right. It wasn't my deal. It wasn't my thing. But obviously the cutie thing was a line that I wasn't willing to go across. But the activism within the company basically dictated what kind of shows were being made or which type of shows weren't being made or being bought or whatever, however they do it. And it was beginning to be more and more one side than the other. And shows that were good at first became something different after the first. There was all the bait and switch that was going on. They've ruined several shows like that, and it, once you do that, you're driving your customers away. It's like, well, there's nothing on here that I want to watch anymore because it's all left as bull crap. So why am I paying $15 a month for this? So if you can have some if you can have some decent content for everybody that doesn't slap you in the face every time you turn on an episode, that would go a long way to maintaining and retention, I would say.
Yeah, and it's like I was just saying to Cash, granted this is on Hulu, but he and I have found this new show called The Old Man with Jeff Bridges and John Lithgow, and it's a very good show. And so far there hasn't been any wokeness in it or identity politics. It's a cat and mouse chase is what it is.
Yeah. And I'll probably give that a watch. I just ain't had time yet. I like Jeff Bridges.
Well, I mean, you can't go wrong with the dude, man.
Nope.
So our next story is continuing with Netflix. Let me just highlight it here. There it is. And I'll go ahead and share it into the chat. Yes. Daniela Pineda wants a spin-off series.
All right, go ahead. Oh, wow, that's wow.
No, that's the reaction I had too when I saw this. Going, good luck with that.
It's what you call a delusion.
Well, she is in Hollywood.
Yeah. That's just,
I was surprised to find out she was recently in Dominion. It's like, oh, it's
yeah.
new
Once somebody,
Jurassic World movie. Yeah.
yeah, once somebody pointed that out, I was like, oh yeah, that was her. I didn't like her in that either.
Mm.
I haven't seen it. That's funny.
I've been debating whether I want to go see Dominion or not. And
Well, she was in the last one too, the
so
Fallen World. I didn't watch Dominion. I watched Fallen World. She was in Fallen World, and I didn't like her in that. Sorry.
So in this show, then all she pretty much does is cuss for no reason at all, right? She sees somebody, she says the F word. She sees somebody else, she sees the F word. She's in a bathroom, she says the F word for some reason. Would that be the spinoff show pretty much?
certainly sounds that way from that description, Cash. Hi, my name's Faye Valentine, and well, hold on. Let me get my soundboard ready. I don't even have it ready because I'm an idiot. Hi, my name's Faye Valentine, and welcome to my show.
That didn't work.
It didn't work, man. You were trying to get the beeps, you didn't hear it.
Oh, I'll mess with it later.
Absolute fail on that one, Mike. I'm sorry. Really am. You get it next time, man. Okay.
That's right. You know, it's all part of streaming. Doesn't always work right.
No.
So she wants her own spin-off series. And before I continue, good morning to the lovely Sherry. How are you doing this morning, Sherry?
Those glasses are the best, Sherry.
Oh, are you making fun of her glasses? Come on, dude.
No, I'm serious.
You know she has better glasses than you, man. I'm sure of it.
Oh man,
glasses.
Mine are cheap cheaters from Walmart. They look like crap.
Sometimes you need the cheaters.
I do. I got it. It's not. It's. I've gone my entire life with perfect freaking vision, and then like a year ago, things just started blurring out. I'm like, what in the crap is going on? I'm not that old, but apparently I am.
You know, one day you're feeling just fine, and the next day everything goes to crap.
Yeah, you're like taking your phone and like moving it back and forth, trying to find the right spot where you can read stuff. I'm like, what is happening?
So the article is written by Spencer Bacall, and it says pitching what may be one of the most widely unpopular ideas of all time. You think? Netflix Cowboy Bebop star Danielle Pineda has opined that though the widely panned live-action anime adaptation has come to an end, she would love for Faye Valentine to have her own spin-off. Yeah, okay. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. Just like I'll dream of a Cubs team that actually wins again.
She doesn't know how to read a room, that's for sure.
Well, I can't say that I'd be able to act any better than her.
Well, just the way she plays Faye Valentine, or they told her how to play it, I could just imagine what that spinoff series would be. It would just be, it wouldn't be good. Faye's Adventures, where all she does pretty much goes around cursing and being in the wrong situations. It'd be great. Fantastic. We should all applaud her on Twitter. We should all tag her and say, yeah, make it happen. That'd be great.
Oh,
we won't be watching, but make it happen, sure.
We want to see this series because we want to see it tank.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to see that giant fireball just hit the ground.
Yep.
So the article says Pineda spoke to her hopes for the return of her Whedon-fied version of the series' iconic purple-haired con artist during a red carpet interview with Cinema Blend, given ahead of the premiere of her latest film, Jurassic World Dominion, in which she reprises her role from the last film as Dino Vet Dr. Zia Rodriguez. It didn't even occur to me that that was her in it. Obviously, that shows what kind of an impact the character even made.
Yeah.
Asked by the movie news outlet if she had thoughts to continuing on in the role of Faye, Pineda asserted, "I would love for Faye to have her own spinoff."
She stands alone in that, I think.
That was such a crazy experience, and I really wish that we were given a chance. You were given a chance, and you were one of the first people to screw it up.
Yeah. Or whoever wanted her to play that character like that too, or a combination of the two. I don't know. She just shows up at the wrong area. It's like, did you watch the anime? No? All right.
No.
It didn't seem like it.
I'll guarantee you a lot of that was her. It wasn't like, hey, you need to play it like this or you need to do this. No, I'll guarantee I want to make this my own. I don't want to wear that, that skimpy outfit because, my giant vagina will just suck it up and go on forever.
It's just that it could have just had more yellow on it. It didn't even need to be the same outfit. It could have just had more yellow on it. That would have been nice, and some red.
Yeah, it could have been closer.
Yes.
As far as her costume matching the look of the anime, it could have worked because I've seen women's wrestlers wearing wrestling attire that's very similar to what Faye Valentine looked like in the anime. So
of course,
don't tell me it wouldn't have worked.
We've seen people in fan films wear the same kind of outfit.
She wore the same kind of outfit.
Yes, she wore something where she looked like she was being a stripper or something with this purple outfit. That video or picture that got leaked. I don't know. It's funny.
Yeah, I saw that one. I even believe I showed it here on Pop Talk just for a frame of reference.
But Crit and I watched an episode or two of that. Yeah.
As did Brandon, the anime guy.
That was something.
I don't know if I should feel your pain or not, or go, thank God it wasn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't me. I couldn't do it.
It actually started off okay, and then when Faye came in, it went just exploded.
It's funny though. I like Cowboy Bebop. My kid made me watch it. Yeah,
it's
the anime is great.
Really amazing. Yeah, it's considered a classic by a lot of people. Mm-hmm.
So if I had never watched it before, I probably still wouldn't have liked this version of it. But at least I would have had no frame of reference, and it might have been like, sort of meh. But knowing what I knew about the actual anime, there was no way. There was no way.
Yeah.
And in this article, she goes on to say, a lot of shows, they find their own footing. That's just the truth of it. You find your footing even from the pilot episode into the season, and then the second season, third season, you grow, you develop, and you figure things out. The problem is, and this is just my opinion, the problem is she put the kibosh on any goodwill the series could have had when she made that statement in that video.
Yes. It started hurting the show. And I have a friend who really liked that show and blames all the hardcore anime fans. But I go, I said Netflix basically dug their own grave on that show.
That's what they get. They can't make an live action anime. They have no success.
They can't. they don't want to try though, and you should bring on the same people. Like these things can be made properly. I mean, I go back to look at it stuff like the original Mortal Kombat. It still felt like Mortal Kombat. So the live action version of an anime show needs to feel like the anime and not have things change. If Faye was not cursing and was in a different scene, it might have actually started working. But they decided that Faye Valentine needs to curse all the time because this is a TV MA program. So,
And she wasn't even like the actual character. I mean, her entire dynamic changes, did it not?
yeah, it's just it was a cursing. She was, I mean, Faye could be complaining about stuff, but she usually has a good reason for it in the anime. But in this show, from the episode 1 or 2 I watched, she's going after the wrong mark. In the first episode when she pops up, she's cursing too much. That was really a problem for me because that's not her character. It's just not. And just because, like I had said, this is a mature show doesn't mean she should just keep going around cursing. F this, F that, F this. And then on top of it, she's bisexual for some reason. And that is not what Faye Valentine is. They can do all this stuff all they want, but that's still not her character. It's just not.
Yeah. Even in the, back in the day, even when they made live action anything, if you change the essence of a character, you make too many changes to a show or a character, people recoil. They don't like that. They know these characters, they know what this show is supposed to be like, and when you change the formula, it's not the same thing, and you tend to back away from that sort of thing. You just tick people off.
And good morning to Cam's Crash Courses. How are you doing? And Cash, all I have to say is you better prepare yourself. We have somebody backstage who's going to be coming on stage here shortly. So
Red alert.
Michael Chiklis is going to be joining us. Oh boy.
We got the mouth of the South himself, Phil McCracken.
There you go.
But he believes that Picard is Snoke. He believes that the White Sox are the real team of Chicago. Maybe this year, but
maybe this year.
Any other year, I don't think so. He believes that there should be justice for one of the worst movies in the Star Trek franchise. As
the worst one, money wise, is Star Trek Nemesis.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
Anything he wants. Anything.
I also heard that Phil McCracken likes the second Caddyshack film. And that one is
what?
I can't defend that.
Oh, come on.
And I say it, I can't. If you watch any of it, your brain just wants to explode. It's not very good.
I like both Caddyshacs. What can I say?
What the? Oh gosh, Phil. What the?
What can I say?
I had to bring it up.
It's all right.
Oh gosh, Phil, dude, really?
It's
Caddyshack 2?
He also likes the second Conan movie.
Am I going to say it's good? No, I'm not going to say it's good, but it's watchable. I'd rather watch Caddyshack 2 5 or 6 times than watch the Obi-Wan series.
Second Conan movie was awesome.
Was it?
But hey, Cash Money hates Red Sonja. Cash Money hates Conan the Destroyer. He don't like Grace Jones because she made the comment, grab him and take him. What can I say?
Ladies and gentlemen, Pacific 414 does not stand by or agree with any statement made by Phil McCracken.
It's okay, but there are others out there like me that says Grace Jones rocks, and she can sing.
Nothing's wrong with Grace Jones. Just Conan 2's script just is not very good.
You didn't like the wizard
really
with
good.
the little cling cling.
No,
Mako was perfect.
Oh yes, he was.
in it.
Thank you. See, this is why I like coming on here with Animas, because you know what? He knows. He knows.
Okay.
And Will Chamberlain was not bad. A little too tall, but he was not bad.
He's
As
kind of
I recall,
robotic.
he
but-
didn't have many lines, and when he did speak, it wasn't very good.
That's why they didn't give him very many lines.
I can
He's not a-
picture the very first Conan movie, but the second one, I have forgotten it because it's just a mess.
All you have to remember is the wizard and the cling cling when he does his little thing with his little, wrist guards. They're made out of metal. They made a little clingy sound, and that was awesome.
Anything else you like that might get you exiled from this panel?
Let's see. One day the San Diego Padres will win the World Series.
Okay, yeah, maybe, but not this year. Not this year.
No.
Let's
They're gonna
see.
be a problem for the Dodgers, but they're not going away yet. Especially, they're gonna keep fighting. So, yeah.
Anything else, Phil?
That's all I can think of now. I'll wait for Cash Money to bring something up, and then I can jump in on it.
All right. And folks, all this is just for fun. We talk offline. We're good friends offline, so don't think we're picking on poor Phil here.
No.
Elderly abuse. It's
And-
spreading
and-
worldwide.
and no,
rapidly on YouTube.
It's not really poor Phil either. So.
Yeah, I got my AARP card, and the wrath of AARP, attack the elderly. They come stepping in, Ask good old Paul. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah.
He's learning his lesson.
Good morning, Stephen Ransom. How are you doing? Oh yeah,
Cash Money's little brother.
yeah. See, I've
I
heard
don't
your
think so.
debate with Paul as far as whether John Denver is country or not.
He's not country.
If I'm gonna throw my hat into this ring, which I am right now, John Denver is more folk than country.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
He is in the same category, and a lot of people don't believe me, but he's in the same category as Simon and Garfunkel. That was popular in the very early 80s. I mean,
Some people
70s,
don't talk
excuse me.
about country roads.
No.
Country roads. He's country.
No, he's not. He
He's
didn't even
country
write
road,
that
yeah.
song.
He can be folk
He-
and country.
He did not
Hello.
write that song. He did not write that song. He's credited as writing as a co-creditor, but
He
he did
sung
not
it.
write that song.
He's got to believe it. If he sings it, he's got to believe it, right?
No,
That's right.
no.
I don't know. That's not a bad point.
Look. You play Country Roads and play right next to anything by Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Under Troubled Water, and the tone of it is identical. It's folk. It's folk similar to country, maybe older country, but not to what country music was in the 70s.
Thank
Oh, no.
God I'm a country boy.
There you go.
Mhm.
Hank Williams Jr., that's country. Okay?
Okay.
That's country.
His songs are just filled of I'm country.
There
And
you go.
no, I'm talking about John Denver.
No, he's not.
Thank
You know
God
what,
I'm a
folks?
country boy.
He's
Yeehaw.
folk.
This
He's folk. I mean, he's as country as Leonard Skinner and ZZ Top. They're more country than he is.
I don't even consider ZZ Top country. I consider them rock.
They're rock, but if you're going to say John Denver's country, then they're just as country. You might even
No,
you know what? I could
not even.
I could even concede John Denver being Western, but not country. No, not country. Toby Keith is country. That's country.
Dude,
Uh,
you know what
Alan
country?
Jackson, he's country.
You know what
John
country
Denver.
needs to go away though? Pop country. That needs to go away. I never
Rockabilly.
cared for that.
Whatever that blasphemy is.
Hmm.
Good
That
morning, you're
Shania
Muslim
Twain
Marco.
stuff.
That's
not
basically
country.
what Elvis created. So
Shania
them.
Twain needs to go away.
you like Shania Twain? It's
When
all right.
was the
I don't.
last time she was even relevant? Come on, let's be
What's
honest.
wrong with
She's-
Shania Twain?
Her husband, who made her famous because he was the producer of most of the good albums of Def Leppard. As soon as his eyes start wandering and left Shania for her best friend, that was it. Kaput. Her that was the end of her. So it wasn't really
She-
her. It was more
She
her.
had a
husband.
good career. I mean, I don't.
She had 2 or
honestly,
3
she's
years,
not-
and that was it. Done. Now she's forgotten.
It feels like I could have been her manager.
You know what? No, somebody on the street in the city of Nashville you can picked up could have been her manager. It wasn't that hard.
Hey,
It was
she
not
was
that
sleeping with her producer, and then she married him.
And thank you, Cam Crash Courses, for some of the lyrics to "Thank God I'm a Country Boy."
There's a good version of that on the MMO of Fallout 76. The band that does the cover of that do a better job than John Denver.
Well, you do realize
don't
that the
really wanna
Baltimore
play,
Orioles,
Oh.
during the 7th inning stretch, they don't sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." They sing "Thank God I'm a Country Boy."
Baltimore.
oh,
Yes.
Let me explain
Orioles.
something about my sister state, Maryland. Okay, most of the outside the urban areas, outside the cities, country, southern, all the way. Baltimore used to have a southern flavor to it. Now it is New York City South because New York people have taken over that city. It's a shame. It was a nice town, not no more. That's mini New York.
Yeah, I mean, when I went to Baltimore 5 years ago to catch 2 Cub games against the Orioles, some of the people there were nice. Some of the people there seemed to have an attitude, but that's in any city.
But I think in the modern era, when you get with these cities, because let's be honest, all cities in the United States, it isn't like it used to be back in the 70s and 80s. You're mixed. You got people from New York, people from Los Angeles. And let's be honest, even though they move out away from Los Angeles and New York, they bring it with them. So the whole attitude and the flavor of a city actually changes. So in some cases it's good, in some cases it's bad. And yeah, I despise the New York horde. I'm sorry.
Why are you so racist?
Are they a race? Or are you saying the New York State people are a race?
Yes,
Really?
they're definitely from another planet.
Well, they are from another planet. I give it to you, but yeah, nah. The only worse state than New York is New Jersey, and like Gondor, the people of Delaware stand on guard to keep them over on their side of the river. It is due to our blood and sacrifice that your states are remaining safe, because you don't want that New Jersey horde to get out of New Jersey. Trust me on that.
Well, it's New Jersey. They
Like
let freaking Bon Jovi out. I mean, come on.
I
Well,
was at a
Cam's
I
Crash
was at a
Courses.
Kiss concert in 1984, watching Kiss. Opening act was Bon Jovi. The man was booed off stage. His band was booed off stage. 2 years later, everybody was calling him the best thing since Swiss cheese.
There you go. See, you can rise to the top.
He
And Cam's Crash Courses says, I'm from Baltimore originally. O's would play that every game. Everyone would be seeing it. Baltimore has changed beyond recognition.
Yes, it has. It's become a mini New York. I mean, even the accent. There's some areas on the eastern shore of Maryland and Virginia. They actually, if you heard the way they talk and their accent, you would swear they have a British accent. That's starting to disappear because most, like I said, Maryland and Delaware have been, just like Florida, we've been overrun by people from New York. And it's nothing against the people, really, I joke. It's just that when you bring people, it changes people that are already there. Sometimes for good, sometimes for not so good. Look what's going on in Chicago. Yeah, I'm in trouble. I am trouble. That's it. That is, I speak the truth, but they can't handle the truth. Go to Baltimore, you'll see. You couldn't tell the difference between that city and New York now. Baltimore used to have that Southern flair, had their unique culture, a lot to do with the ocean and fishing, crab cakes. Is there anything better at going to Maryland and getting authentic Maryland crab cakes? Oyster farming, clamming, all that was big things in Maryland. All now changed. So one day they're going to stop singing the seventh inning stretch in Chicago with the Cubs. That will be coming next. Austin will lose their, what do they call that thing out in the field? The green
monster.
The green monster.
Out in left field.
They're going to paint that multicolour. Be ready for that.
No, they're not.
Yes,
no, they're not.
They are.
There are certain things that are synonymous with certain teams, just like the Cubs continuing the seventh inning stretch, even after Harry Carey passed away. And the Green Monster at Fenway will always be the Green Monster.
They'll have every color up there but green.
You don't think that Red Sox fans would have a riot if they all of a sudden decided to paint the Green Monster, something that's iconic, something that's part of Fenway Park?
Phil, I
and
think
it's
your
been part of Fenway Park since 1912.
Where do most of these people from Massachusetts and New York go when they get old? Florida. And what did they try to do down there with their baseball team? They tried to put a patch on their jersey. Some of them players said, no, we're not doing it, but they tried to put a patch on their jersey.
Yeah, there were 5 players for the Rays who said, we're not going to put on this hat. We're not going to put on this jersey. And that's their choice.
And I'm telling you, Boston, we're going to put this multicolor up there because, I don't know, maybe it looks pretty. And every color will be on the Monster Mile. I'm predicting it. Every color will be on the Monster Mile except green.
Phil, what if your crystal ball cracked though, and
it won't, because you want me to really make Pacific cry? They're going to cut the ivory down over in the stadium that the Cubs play. That ivory, they have that beautiful ivory on the walls.
They still have the ivy on the wall.
It's still there, man.
That's never going away, Phil.
They're gonna rip it out.
They're not.
Yes,
they're not. If they wanted to rip it out, they would have done so back in 2014 after the season when they were rebuilding the bleachers. The Ivy's as iconic to Wrigley Field as the park itself. They are never going to get rid of that ivy, Phil. And yes, now you've gone onto a territory. Well, I will stand up and I will tell you, you are absolutely wrong.
I heard
Cubs may suck this season,
when they said
but I am going to stand by and say this because I know the Cubs will never, and I mean never, rip out that ivy. They rip out that ivy. Cub fans like myself are going to say, you dumbasses. The hell are you doing?
I heard that battle cry from these sports teams. The Indians, we'll never change the name. They changed the name. The Redskins fans, we're never going to let them change the name. They changed. And they even changed the name to a name that Really? Like a 5-year-old can come up with a better name than the Washington football team?
The
See,
well,
I brought someone here. See, Cam Crash Course, he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
it's
Baltimore 20 years ago was it was a city on the upturn. It was beautiful. Everything was like a renaissance to that city. And then the New Yorkers came. And New Jersey. Just look, see, you think I'm making it up. I'm not making it up. That's the sad thing. I wish I could say I'm talking crazy. I wish I could say I am crazy. But
Baron, help. We're going through the craziness that is Bill McCracken. Help.
Crash Course, thank you. Because you, like I said, you've been to Baltimore, you know Baltimore. Yeah. I used to love to go to Inner Harbor. That was a beautiful. The way that city was set up, that was so beautiful, man. You had the Inner Harbor, you had the aquarium, you had so much to do. You could catch the baseball game, and I haven't been to Baltimore for about good 20 years now since that city changed. Oh, somebody didn't know.
Yes,
Yes, your
Guardians.
Muslim
The
babe.
Guardian.
Change the name to the uncle.
The Guardians of
To
Stupidity.
the Guardians.
The Guardians of Stupidity.
Oh gosh.
Awesome.
And here he is.
After this week's
Now, listen,
craziness,
I have to talk to you about this. Do I get an extra bonus here for going on Pacific Show? For crying out loud, the guests that he usually has on there are so crazy and insane. I have to put. Oh, hi guys, hi guys.
Kick him now.
Yes, no. I'm not kicking Barrett out. I'm changing the light up.
Alright.
How'd I get to be on the bottom? I'm not that crazy.
Hold on.
you're
We've been-
Southern. You're as crazy as I am.
No, it's Phil's coming in hot with his certain takes. That's what it is.
The sad thing is,
Phil
I'm
had some
speaking
hot
the truth.
takes, and
The truth.
yeah.
Not as many as Phil today, though.
But don't, hey, Pacific. Remember, I said it. Don't blame me when it happens. I'm just trying to warn you ahead of time.
He looked in his crystal ball again.
Green Monster's going to be painted. I'm telling you, it's happening. It's going to
it's
be bright
baseball
colors, better than your emblem there for your stream. It's going to be brighter than that.
Oh, jeez. Stephen Ransom says, Phil Johnson McCracken is right. Let's write the governor.
Stephen Ransom. I like that name.
Yeah, that governor, you ain't got no chance. He's almost as bad as the one from Cali.
Yes, the Guardians, and then you have the Commanders. So they can have a little war together. They can play.
Yeah.
They can play
And
Risk together.
Do you
or
know
something.
how they got the name the Guardians? There's two statues by the bridge that leads to the stadium for the Cleveland Indians, and they were called the Guardians. And yeah,
Well,
you can't. If you've seen the statues, you're like, wow, they're going to name themselves after
it's-
that. Wow.
it's got to be something. If Tom Hanks presented it.
Yeah, he couldn't handle things because it was getting a little hot over there. Netflix was people were questioning, so he fled to Greece and became a Greek citizen. That shows you how much he. Yeah, that's Hollywood for you. He pulling a Roman Polanski almost.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the bad thing is he's not too far off on that one, honestly. They
He
don't have extradition laws, and they treat the thing with children as more of a illness than a crime.
Yes.
I'm not making this up. I wish I was. I'm sorry.
But
Unfortunately,
if the IV doesn't go away though, Phil, then you're gonna break your crystal ball, right?
Oh,
Because
I'm telling you,
Ivy's not going away.
they're
I
going
don't
to
think it's
burn
going
it.
away, man.
They're going to burn it.
And when-
right,
and when is-
right, right.
All right,
They're gonna
Houdini.
burn-
When is
they're gonna
when
burn
is
the
this
ivy
happening?
that's
No.
been a part of Wrigley Field for almost 100 years. Yeah, okay.
When is this going to happen, Houdini? Yes.
I'm
There's-
predicting in the next 5 years.
Wow, 5 years.
I'm
5
predicting
years,
that
huh?
we're going to do away with the 7-inning stretch, which would be a very sad day. When they do away with that, they're going to, like I said, paint the Green Mile and the Ivy, because look, these people that want to change the things in like baseball, they're not fans. They're not caring about the history.
Phil,
They just want to
Phil,
project.
Phil, do you hang out with two guys that do this all day?
No.
Shut up, Beavis. Yeah, fire. Fire. Oh, shut up, Beavis.
Shut up, Davis. Oh gosh, Phil, between you and Daniel Pineda, no wonder this world's going crazy.
maybe that's his secret wife. Who knows?
Ooh, there we go.
Ooh, wow. Oh, I don't know how to follow that one up. Oh yeah, I do. Move on to another story.
Yes,
And now for something completely different.
that's right.
Yes.
Make it good, please.
I'll make a good cheese.
Mm.
Yes,
Uplifting.
Phil. Why do you have
Uplifting.
to be that way? Why do you have to be crazy, man?
He's just hoping that we talk more about Star Trek V, his favorite Star Trek movie.
No, I'm hoping to talk about release the Shatner cut of Star Trek V.
Sadly, it'll never happen. I mean, the Paramount does not feel it's a viable project. To put the money into all that. I don't even know if Shatner is even interested in doing it. I think he's watching the ends of it.
There is officially 45 minutes of footage actually filmed, developed, and quality film. There's an additional 20 minutes that been filmed, but it's not up to standard. It's not been the CGI and all that other stuff wasn't done to it. Because he was limited. The reason why that film is one of the shortest Star Trek movies was Paramount told him that was they didn't want it to go over 2 hours. But they were fine with Star Trek Nemesis doing 2 hours, and look what it got them.
Star Trek Nemesis was a mess.
It was a hot mess.
It was a mess. It could have been worse, but it was not very good.
Oh yeah, it could have been worse.
All right, so our next story that we have here is from Geek Tyrant, and it says John Williams, 90, is stepping away from film composing after Indiana Jones 5, but will still be making music.
I think he kind of said that after the Star Wars film.
Yeah, he did. He said the same thing. I think for his credit, I think when he said it, he was already let's say contracted with the Obi-Wan movie, and so he finished up what was done for the TV show since he was contracted to the movie. So, but he had said that.
Well, he's 90 years old, for crying out loud, and he's still
his brother is a conductor and composer,
and his son was with Total.
Yep. If you go to Wrigley Field, sneak onto the field and cut bits of the ivy. Save the ivy.
People have done that. People have snipped off pieces of the ivy and let it grow in their own yard because it's Wrigley Field ivy. People have gone onto the field and taken some of the infield dirt.
We can see that.
I mean, but what a sad thing to go out on, though, for Williams here. Indiana Jones 5, and we already know what type of hot mess that is.
It hasn't come out yet, so we'll see.
Well, I know, but I mean, with the mess that they've been going through with all that, man, it just doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound good, but it still hasn't come out yet. So
I would say people said the same thing with the rumors with Kenobi, and they were all right. all the rumors that they said about Kenobi were right. So I'm going with by that standard, all the rumors with Indiana Jones, I'm going to say, until proven otherwise, is proven right.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Right. I mean, just to see what type of mess Indy 4 was, for crying out loud.
It was a mess, but I know it was the whole thing with aliens it was ridiculous, but that movie was still fun, and there were still things to like about that film. So.
Well, I was going to say, which is worse, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, or Star Trek 5?
Star Trek 5.
Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull, because first thing, everybody knows with aliens, they like to do experiments with cows, and then they like to do probing with people. So there was no probing.
What you do in your own time is all on
I know,
you.
right? Seriously, Phil, what are you trying to tell us here?
What do aliens need with a probe?
That's right.
Anything to do with aliens, it's always been cattle being experimented on and probing of the humans. They come billions and billions of miles. To them, it's like a trip.
These were interdimensional aliens.
Let's mess with these things called cows.
George, the guy's out in the field somewhere, is presenting himself.
Oh my!
Oh my!
Hey, don't forget they had that little animation a movie with the alien. They were hiding in an RV, and Paul. That was a good movie. That was good movie. I liked it.
See, Phil just wants to go back in time so he can sing "Row, row, row your boat" in Star Trek 5.
Nothing's wrong with "Row, row, row your boat."
Life.
I don't know, Phil. Sometimes when I hear all these outlandish things that you say, it just makes me want to do one thing and one thing only.
I know this ship like the back of my hand.
Hit my head against something and knock myself out.
Not hard to do.
No.
Bill does it every day.
Hey, we all bump our heads at some point.
Yes.
Sometimes we look around, make sure, after it's done, no one was there to see us do something stupid.
Sometimes
it's harder than
after I hear about the second movie of Conan, second film of Caddyshack, I definitely go and
that's enough for you with your hatred of Red Sonja. I don't want to hear no more out of you, Cash Money.
I've never watched Red Sonja.
Blasphemy.
Well, Stephen Ransom says Crystal Skull was genius compared to Last Jedi, Wanda of Madness, and STD. Right. You got a point.
I can't go wrong there. I mean, Lucas and Spielberg were still involved in it, but I still love the episode of South Park where they're going about how how they were violating Indiana Jones because of it.
Oh, I heard about that. South Park lately, I don't know, their second part of that COVID special was not very good at all, where they were older, and I don't know. I recommend staying away from it. Yeah.
I'm talking about
first part's good. First part is good, but the second part not so much.
Isn't like Cartman a rabbi or something like that? God,
yes, it's just not good. It's not good, Baron. It's not very funny. It's really stupid.
Well, even those guys
disappointing.
Can have
I know. Yeah.
But it's still the best satire on TV. I mean, when you get down to it, when they're going, it's the best satire. They don't care. That's why.
Yeah, I know. They don't. No.
Everybody is fair game. Even their stuff, their side is fair game, and whatever side it is they're on.
Right.
I think they're on Phil's side. I don't know.
They're on Phil's side? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. If you go to Phil's house, he's like, "Hey, you want to watch Caddyshack 2?" And you're just like, "Ah."
No, I would be saying if you came to my house tonight, I would say, "Hey, you want to watch Paul the Alien?" There you go.
Yeah, I want to.
That was
see my faith get trashed like into oblivion.
He'll tell you it's Paul the Alien, then it'll be Star Trek 5.
No, for you, Cash, it'll be Red Sonja.
Red Sonja.
Hey,
We
no,
all
hot
know
bait.
Cash Money hates redheads. It just,
This is not
even if
true.
they're dyed, he hates redheads.
Not even true.
Name me a redhead woman in entertainment that you do like.
Karen Gillan.
No,
There we
I
go.
said Cash Money. I didn't say.
I like that one.
I'm still gonna chime in. Even if it's not being asked to me.
Isn't Haley Atwell a natural redhead, or was, or did she dye her hair? Can't remember.
I don't know. She's good looking.
You
I
know,
do
it
know
would
that.
take me 2 seconds to come up with an answer. I would say, just don't have Lucille Ball. But you couldn't even come up with that because you hate Lucille Ball. Why? Because she was a redhead.
That is so untrue.
Honestly, I was not a big fan of Lucille Ball. I had nothing against her, but I wasn't as enthralled as other people are. I mean, Desi, both of them, though. I mean, between the two of them, they became very powerful in Hollywood.
Amy Adams, was she a natural redhead? I can't remember. I thought she was.
You never know nowadays.
I
You
don't
just
know.
don't know.
Okay, since Cam brought it up, I'm throwing it out there. This will prove it. Cash, were you a Ginger, or were you a Marianne on Gilligan's Island?
Oh man, that's a tough one, dude.
Yeah, come on.
I'll go with probably Ginger. Yeah.
You're just saying that. I knew you were.
No.
I know you're a Marianne.
See what I mean?
I
like them both. Can I like them both? Oh,
no,
I can't.
you have to choose one.
See, this is what I mean.
You can't
This
have
is the kind of trouble Phil McCracken likes to start on streams and in the chat. Just for anyone who's not familiar with Phil McCracken, this is the kind of trouble he likes.
I just want to say, Cam, thank you. It's nice to have somebody on my side, and you're a smart, intelligent person, and that is not me. Just so you know, that's not an alternate me there. That's a total person there. Thank you.
Of course, because you said they're smart and intelligent. Sorry, you open yourself up for that one, man.
It's okay.
Don't leave those doors open for me. I'll take them.
Moving on with this article, it says John Williams is behind some of the most special and captivating movie music of all time. And let's not forget Lost in Space. People don't seem to realize, because they don't know, that he was the main composer on Lost in Space, but he wasn't credited as John Williams. He was credited as Johnny Williams.
Mm-hmm. And I think he actually came in on that third season, but you could really hear that John Williams flair because he changed the music, the theme song, and everything to it. It's like, ooh, this sounds familiar.
Article continues by saying creating scores for Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Superman, Jaws, E.T., Jurassic Park, Schindler's List, AI, Harry Potter, and so much more. He is 90 years old and is currently finishing up work on the upcoming Indiana Jones sequel. After his incredible career, he is just now considering stepping away from the film industry. In a recent interview with AP News, Williams said, "At the moment, I'm working on Indiana Jones 5, which Harrison Ford, who's quite a bit younger than I am, I think has announced will be his last film. So I thought if Harrison can do it, then perhaps I can also."
Yeah. I mean, you got two people, however people feel about Harrison Ford and John Williams, I can't imagine. There's probably some people out there go, his music is boring. Just because, I don't know. There's got to be some people out there, I'm sure, especially with how society is. But
he has a lot of detractors out there.
These are some great. You got a great actor. Harrison's had an impressive resume over the years, and you have a great composer in Mr. Williams. So it's a 1-2 punch right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I know this might cause some controversy for those of you on the panel and in the chat, but one of my favorite themes of John Williams isn't Star Wars. It's a Superman theme.
It's a great theme. It's a great theme.
A wonderful theme.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I mean, just because it's not Star Wars doesn't mean it's bad.
That's right.
I mean, listen to the Indiana Jones theme. That can almost overtake a Star Wars theme as well as,
just great.
But of course, you forgot a few movies that he did do there, Mike. He did do
Hmm.
Debbie Does Dallas, Behind the Green Door, and Emmanuel.
Debbie
Yeah.
Does Dallas, really?
No.
In the early 70s,
Wasn't
there
that a
was-
joke that they did a joke where they like John Williams did the music to the
in
Yeah,
the early
it was a
70s, there was
Family
a
Guy
lot of
joke.
talk
yes.
with the famous scores that scores with the instrumental music
So
was
funny.
going to fade out.
Mhm.
You know, because before you had the instrumental scores like in Ben-Hur or Cleopatra,
Oh,
you know,
Mhm.
they, you know, it was starting to fade. They thought it was done. And let's be honest, the only real composer you had in the 70s that were knocking it out of the park was John Williams. The only one that you can say other than John Williams was whoever wrote the instrumental to Rocky.
Mhm.
Other than that, you didn't have much people doing instrumental music in movies.
I mean,
Or
at
the
the end of the
score.
at the end of the 70s, you did have the opening for James Horner, who did the Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 3 with Battle Beyond the Stars in his music.
Oh
And
God,
of course, you still had Jerry Goldsmith was still out
Yep.
there, and of course, he does Star Trek motion picture. So you had those guys still pumping out the music. But when obviously John Williams came in with Jaws and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that really kicked open doors. And then, of course, Star Wars. Forget about it. Now, now we got ourselves an avalanche.
And you'd be surprised when you're watching a movie and you don't hear an instrumental score or something along the movie, how a movie comes out and sounds different. Totally different. Can you imagine no instrumental music or anything in Star Wars?
Mm-mm.
You lose the feeling of like Empire Strikes Back, the first time the Imperial March was played. And the Imperial March isn't really a big deal because that's all they did was flip Luke Skywalker or the Star Wars theme and played it backwards. But still, that sound of that music was so awesome. Even if you didn't like Darth Vader and the Empire, you love that theme. You love that theme. So,
Well, yeah. Well, that's just it. A proper film score should not be underwhelmed by the action, and it should not overpower what you're seeing on there. It should work along and help tell the story. One of the best examples I would sit back and say is the soundtrack, the score to the Lord of the Rings films. You can literally sit down and listen to the entire thing through and hear the story. It's like Beard and the Wolf. Da, 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 and you can do that with Star Wars. You can sit back and listen to the score of Star Wars, and you can follow along and follow the story without even watching the movie. And then when you watch the movie, it blends in and helps bring you into it. I mean, the most powerful scene in Star Wars ever. The most powerful scene in Star Wars is Luke when he's on at home. He walks out there, looks up at the twin suns, and they're playing the Force theme or whatever you want to call it. And
Luke's theme, the Force theme, depending on who
Yeah.
you ask.
exactly, and how impactful it is because that basically hit everybody who was dreaming of going out and doing a bigger thing. And John Williams was able to really impact it with that music.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine that scene without that music? It would be like,
No,
oh, okay, he's looking
you
at sun and
can't.
burning out his Coronas. It's like, well, what? He's a stupid kid.
But
That's what it's like.
people nowadays have forgotten. I mean, however people feel about Kenobi, I would just say a lot of that music was soulless. It didn't add to the scenes, and it should have, and it would have made them much bigger impact. But
I blame two reasons for that. First of all, they had 5 executive producers and 2 producers. That's the same recipe of disaster they had with Boba Fett. The same disaster. They repeated it. The next thing is
And none of them had any talent.
no.
Yeah.
Boba Fett, the series, and Kenobi, we knew there were supposed to be movies that got canceled, pushed back. Oh, we'll make even more money by putting them on Disney Plus. Sometimes when you write a movie, it doesn't go and translate into a good TV show, and vice versa. From what I understood, and I'm not sure this is correct, that Obi-Wan had a darker theme to the original script and they trashed it. They said too dark for Disney.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, who
I
knows? I
wouldn't-
mean,
I can't say for sure, but it's possible.
But
I mean, well, just take a look how they work with any other project. They're switching things around so much. They switch stuff around a lot on Rogue One, and switching out directors. They did the same thing with Solo, and then the hot mess that the last Palpatine was. I mean, basically, there's a reason why they could never have a special edition. They used every inch of film, and they were disjointed. They didn't know where the hell they were going
Well,
with that thing.
It's a mess, but I would still say that one of the best things that I've enjoyed of Disney Star Wars is still Rogue One, and I like that
Yeah.
movie a lot. I really did, because the person who did the film or the director said, "I want to make a compelling film," and I
Oh, yeah.
wish
I mean-
more people would come out and say, "I want to make a compelling film." I'm not worried. I know there's source material. If they don't want to use it, then make a compelling film. Give us the characters.
Rogue
Make us a character.
Rogue One had a different director from the very first one, because
Right.
they had on that one 70, if I remember right, 70% reshoots. What we saw in the trailer, like when she's out there, there's supposed to be a TIE fighter that pops up that you can really stop her from trying to send the code out. That was cut out. When you do 70% reshoots, a film should never have more than 20 before it really starts eating the profits. And Rogue One had 70. Han Solo had 90. And God bless Ron Howard. He walked into a mess. There was no way he was going to knock it out of the park, but I give him the credit for trying.
Yeah.
I really would have wished that they would have said, here, do it, redo it, and do it your way.
If he's going to understand character, if somebody's going to understand character development, it's definitely going to be Ron Howard. He's been around in Hollywood a long time.
Oh yeah.
But you never want your movie to be, like I said, a 90% reshoot, like Solo was. That's insane. That is insane. They practically filmed another movie.
Well, two of my favorite Ron Howard movies are Apollo 13 and also Backdraft.
Oh yeah, those are quality films. They're really good movies.
I mean, he did Willow. He did. I mean, look at all the films he did. He's very talented as a director.
He wasn't a bad actor either. I mean, you know.
I just think when it came to Star Wars, I don't know what's going on in Lucasfilm or Disney over there, but when it comes to directors over there, they just, since it's been under the Disney umbrella, it's been a disaster. They haven't picked the right people, and if they do get the right people, they quit or they get fired. Something I feel is not right in that department.
Well, from day one, I mean, I heard this way back. This is even long before I was in, with YouTube and all that. I heard way back that there was from day one, because they had two storytelling groups, one for the movies and one for the animated, which would be TV, whatever. But at that time, it was animated. So you had the two groups, and they were supposed to work together. But the movie group did not want to work with the animated one because they looked down on it. It's like, we don't want to. Yeah. And I suppose some of them were some of the Lucas holdouts. I don't know. But even from day one, they were not talking with each other, and things were getting disjointed right away, right off the bat. And it only grew from that. It was just it's a horrible mess over there. You have a bunch of children running around and crashing their toys in the walls and such like that, and saying, "Look what I did! Did I do good?" Because you can smear feces on the wall and make a letter doesn't mean you can write. I mean, it comes straight down to it. That whiteboard for the High Republic is absolute proof.
Dinosaurs and no wars in Star Wars.
Well, the thing is you don't do it by a whiteboard. You don't go through a whiteboard thing like you're in some executive office trying to promote Squirt Cola or the new Jolt Cola. It's like, okay, what is Star Wars? You sit around and you do it, but you don't. Okay, we're going to have no wars. It's Star Wars. No wars. Diversity is the big one.
And don't forget dinosaurs.
Yeah, well, I was just so I can say we haven't seen the bloody dinosaurs. The one thing on that list I wanted to see. What we get? We got a rock, just like
Well,
Charlie Brown.
we also know that these companies that have these monopolies can be a problem because it's just too much power and too much control.
Well,
And
it's more than that. It's not enough creativity. They are so spread out now that they're not only are they going for the B team, the bench warmers, they're going for the little league guys coming in and doing the stories because they're so stretched out. They have way too much. They need to rein it in. We don't need as many channels. We don't need to have, look at all the channels that we have out there and look at the quality of television. It's horrible. It needs to be brought back. Sometimes restricting is a good thing because it gets the old creative forces going. And it makes you start going, okay, what actually is good instead of we got to try to put quantity instead of quality.
well, maybe Discovery is going to do something.
I hope.
Maybe they're going to start fixing things. So.
The writing has been
They
an
wanna make
issue
money.
for entertainment for the last 20 years. I couldn't
It's definitely up
imagine
and
these
down.
writers in 1978 having to deal with what the people writing Battlestar Galactica had to do. Every episode, they were practically getting the script wet with the print. And yet, even though they were under that duress, that show was a hit. That first season of Battlestar Galactica, the original season, was a hit. But them poor actors, didn't have time to really study the lines because, like I said, the script was coming wet. Do you think any of these writers could do that? What they did back in 1978 for that show? No.
I don't. Probably not. But it depends.
No chance.
Their priorities are different.
Yeah,
so.
the priority is just like when I showed you, Cash. Their issue is we're not concerned about focusing on our job or what we are doing. We're going to focus on the problems of today, inserting it and putting our political beliefs or to hammer out an idea. That's not what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to write stuff to entertain us, not drag us in what the whole purpose of you going to a movie is forget about the problems of the week. Not worried about your job, not worrying about what you're dealing with your family, your kids, or dealing with whatever the issue of the day is. It's to sit down, watch a movie, be taken away, and relax.
Yeah.
I'm not wanting to go to a movie and watch CNN for 2 hours. That's not why I'm in movies.
Well, it's hard to indoctrinate when people have a chance to have escapism.
It's true.
It's true. It's sad.
Well, I mean, look at North Korea.
I thought Jeffrey Toobin was your friend, though, Phil McCracken. What happened?
Yeah.
I mean, look at North Korea. North Korea is probably one of the biggest film countries there is because the Uns were such big film. In fact, they kidnapped actors and actresses to come in and do films for them. But the one thing you never have in their films is comedy. There are no comedies that are in North Korean cinema. And the reason why is like everybody else knows and why they're fighting it here is, somebody's got to be the butt of the joke. And the risk of having the government the butt of the joke is way too much. They cannot handle that or have that because it makes the government, for them, in their minds, look weak. But just like, what was it? Mr. Bean himself, Rowan Atkinson came out just the other day saying, you know what? Comedy is offensive. There is a victim. There is, it is taking our foibles, our mistakes, our pains, and we're laughing at them. Yes. Comedy is a form of escapism. We can identify with some of the things that these people are going through. And it's like, normally this would be horrific, but now we're laughing at it, and it's taking the ease of our struggles away. We can't have that.
No, not. There hasn't been a. I don't know.
Saturday Night Live made its mark by making fun of whoever's in politics of the day. Didn't matter if they were a Democrat, Republican, or they came up from the moon. Today, you see what happens. When a certain people get in office, they'll hammer it. When they're out of office and the other party's in, we'll be a little gentle. No, that was never
Well-
Saturday Night Live. Saturday
Well,
Night Live was
yeah.
always, it didn't make a difference. If you were left, right, or center, if you were news of the day, you were fair game.
Mhm.
And that's
And
how they
it's
did it.
supposed-
Look at George Bush Sr. He had Daniel Carvey doing him for the whole time he was in there as office as president, and
Yeah.
he loved it. He
Yes.
Yeah.
loved it. Even went there after, right before he
Yes.
left office, and thanked them. You know?
Yeah, well, he spent the night. Dana Carvey spent the night in the Lincoln bedroom, like
Mm-hmm.
on one of the last nights that Bush was in the White House. And Dana Carvey was joking about it. He said, "Yeah, I was thinking about calling the Secret Service, going, yeah, this is George Bush. I'm going to go out, have a jog, naked." And George Bush is right there next to him as he's doing that, laughing his keister off.
Yes.
I mean, when Saturday Night Live first came out, the big jokes was Gerald Ford and falling down.
Yeah.
Because he had a little incident, and of course Chevy Chase just that first year just went with it. Well, I'm not going by anything other than satire here. If that's the case, they should be doing the same thing with Biden with all the times that he's fallen down. But no, it's the same now.
No, it's not. The funniest thing that I can't believe we're on the topic of SNL. I blame Phil. Phil. No, but they changed the joke. So they had, what if on Weekend Update, what if a white guy made these black jokes, and what if a black guy made these white jokes? And it was actually funny. And I wish SNL would think about things more like that, but it's just like comedy in general and SNL. It's just like, oh, this is funny because we're making fun of these people, yet we're not going to make fun of these people. And so
Right.
it's not the same anymore. And then I don't know, it's just, SNL has changed so much, and yet it wins awards because it's some agenda. It's just, yeah.
Well, see, it went from being satire and just having stupid fun and making fun of the things around there to now being, again, we're shells.
Yep.
We're shells now.
Yes.
And
it's been that for a number of years, unfortunately. Right. Yes.
So, I mean, like I said, if it was good for having the falling down jokes for Ford, it's good enough to have it for Biden. Of course. Because, but you won't ever see anything like that.
No, you won't. You won't. I mean, look at how much they made fun of Clinton when he was in office, especially about his eating at McDonald's and stuff. Phil Hartman is hilarious.
And when they had the election,
used to make fun of everybody. Famous people in sports. You know,
the Janet Reno dance party, that was like 90s.
Oh yeah,
that was hilarious.
and the thing about comedy in the 70s and the 80s, like I said, everything was out there. You didn't get mad. The Will Smith incident would never have happened. I don't think that would have happened.
Oh no, dude.
You know,
they'll make fun of that though. I will give them some credit. SNL did make fun of that. That's just an easy one to make
fun of. Much as I like Saturday Night Live, I like the other brand of what was that show called?
Mad TV.
Fridays?
No, not Mad TV.
Fridays.
Before
Fridays back in the 80s.
Yes, Fridays.
That was ABC. Fridays. Yeah, that was it ran about 3 seasons on ABC on Friday night. It was their answer to Saturday Night Live. And actually at that time, Saturday Night Live was having a little bit of a rough transition because they're going from the original, not ready for prime time, over to the new one. And this is where you got what's his name? Curb Your Enthusiasm. I can't remember his name, but
Larry David.
Larry David was on there, and so was Cosmo Kramer. I mean, you see it, and it's like, oh, I recognize all these people. And it was their start, and it was their attempt to try to out Saturday night. And actually, I think they were better. They were better for that time.
They even had one that was Canadian, all the famous Canadian comics.
SCTV.
Yep. It had
John Candy was in that one. Yeah, wow, we're going way back. Yes, he was in that.
Yeah, I think that was the heyday of comedy.
Eugene Levy, right? Levy was in that too.
Yeah, he was.
It was the heyday of comedy, and sometimes that it strikes that way, lightning in a bottle. Happens with sports teams too. You get great players, great teams, but like I said, in today's society, everything's set up for, if you're a hit, you're a hit for one year, and then the next year you're off on some other planet. you don't exist. You're
Well,
gone.
you know, a lot of things, of course, have changed in television in general, uh, especially because of the second writer strike. They said, okay, well, we're just going to make cheap television.
Yeah, I
and we're
don't
just
think
gonna keep going
any
there."
of the industry recovered from that 2008 2009 strike. I mean,
It's brutal.
at the time, I remember there was supposed to be a Stargate SG-1 movie, not TV, direct to movie. This was supposed to be a movie they were supposed to do because at that time, right before they stopped the 10th season, they were still popular. They were still part of the best night of TV. But because of that writer's strike, everything got canceled over there at MGM. Battlestar Galactica, the remake, which was also part of that Friday night, also was supposed to get a made to movie, but that also got canceled. But that writer's strike of 2008, 2009 really did a lot of damage. And if you notice, even your network television, even if they have a number one hit, they would usually run that thing maybe if they can get 5 years or even 8 years or 10 years, they would run with it. Now they don't want no TV series going over 5 years. Why? It's cheaper for them to put that in syndication and reruns.
Unless it's
Or even
NCIS
now
or
with
something.
TV series, you don't get the 24, 26 episodes that you used to get. You get either 8 episodes or 13 episodes or
Yep,
15
it's
episodes.
that way they can run it each week and they don't have to take a break.
I
Basically,
hate that
Well,
whole
and yet
thing.
they still do, and yet they still do. Look, Better Call Saul took a break. There's 6 more episodes left, and it's. I would say that's very compelling television, which connects into Breaking Bad. But it's just, yeah. When we were growing up, we had 24, 26 episodes.
Well,
Or more.
even when I was growing up, it's not like it's too long ago. It's pretty like I don't know. I guess just to save money, but it's so frustrating.
I think the streaming
especially-
model broke all that.
But you just graduated high school, Whoopa. What are you talking about?
I
dude?
know. I just
You're
started.
part of the Pokemon tournaments, and
I
you know,
just
you're
started middle school.
trying to
you
catch
know,
them all.
Well, I mean,
No.
the one thing also. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, it's because that's the one complaint I had about the Mandalorian because I really liked it. I thought
Yeah.
it was a good. I guess I only
I
watched
liked
season
it a
1,
lot,
but still,
too.
it was
Oh,
really
you-
good. I thought,
oh.
but I just got frustrated that 2, 3 of the episodes were just side missions. And it's like, look, they're cool. I'm not like they were good episodes, but when I only have 8 episodes of a show and 3 of them are side missions, like, hey, what the heck?
Well,
Can't
they
just
do it
that.
differently on these streaming services. Yeah.
Womba, change
Well-
your icon. Put the Cardinals hat back on.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
the thing is what we got here. First of all, what was I going to say here? That the 2008 strike gave us the one thing that was even worse, and it was a huge glut of reality shows.
Oh yeah.
I mean, because okay, we don't have to technically write for these, so then we got all these
No.
mind dumb stupidity.
Yes.
Whether it be Survivor to Kardashians and
Right.
oh,
Survivor was okay, but like Survivor's been going on for so long that now it's even gotten to the point where they're pandering, and which is funny, and it's just funny. But there was shows even out there that were you could actually learn something. Like if you watch The Apprentice, you could actually learn something about business on that show. I know I hate to break it to people, but you can.
and then
I mean,
so go on, Mike.
one of the reality shows I used to watch in the very beginning was The Amazing Race.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that wasn't a bad show for
Yeah.
how it was set up.
I've always despised the reality TV because back in my day, we had MTV.
Yes.
And MTV was known for music, video, television. That's what it was.
Yes.
Then, like 92, 93, they got the bright idea we don't want to do music television anymore. We want to do reality TV. And it was simpler to do when it first started. It was a lot easier to do than, oh, let's bring a video onto the show and watch videos all day. No.
Oh, don't forget this too, Phil.
You know, that drove that might have saved MTV for a couple years, but in the long haul, Where's MTV right now?
Oh, it's
Well,
in the it's a dumpster fire,
It's a-
really. It's
Oh, yeah.
just
Sometimes what's good at the time and good for the moment for maybe 3 years, when you go to a change, when you do a 360 and say, I am music television, and you're switching to entertainment,
Mhm.
that's a dumpster
Well,
fire.
Well,
Beavis and Butthead came back, and
Mhm.
they were just making fun of reality shows, and it just didn't work as well as when they were making fun of music videos.
Mhm.
And
Exactly.
but at least Mike Judd, a person who's willing to take chances, he was like, let's see what happens. It didn't work, but at least he tried. So
Yeah.
Well, I mean, take a look at it economically. It's cheaper for them to do the reality shows than it is to do the videos, because some of those videos had a budget almost of a motion picture.
Yep, they did. And don't forget, every time they played the video, the record company that owned that video for that band got the majority of the payment. The band maybe got 5% if they're lucky. It's the same idea with a record sale. When you buy a record, even today, the record company gets the majority of the profit. The band, if they make 5 or 10 cents an album, you're lucky. A band never really makes money off the album sales. What a band makes money, or a musician makes money, is the live performances. That's why you see a lot of bands doing live performances,
right.
and they're not putting music out because
They
there's
go
no
on
point.
tour, right? They go on tour now. I don't know if it's still going on today, but it was definitely a big deal because these record companies were just making money off these bands, and they were barely getting anything until they started going on tour. Then, like you said, that's where they made their majority of their money.
Yep. They
Yeah,
want
I
to
mean,
hit record. Don't get me wrong. The band wants to hit record, but they want to hit
Right.
record so people will go to their live show. It wasn't like, like for example, the 87 Whitesnake album, I think that sold like maybe 10 million, 13 million, if I'm correct. If that band, and let's say Dave Coverdale, who controls the band, if he made 2 million off the record sales, that's a lot. And that he's lucky. But what he really wanted was, hey, I sold 10 million records. I'm going to have a bunch of sellout shows. And that's exactly what happened. So, but I mean, like I said, even today, a lot of these bands are still out there, old bands. You don't see them putting out new music because new music ain't going to sell. Plus, they're not making money off of it. They'll play the old music,
right?
But the only reason they're playing the old music because that's what the people want to hear. But also, we're putting on a live performance, and the record company can't touch none of that. So that's all mostly in pocket. The guy or the company that fronts the money up for the bands, like it might be when you say The Who, sponsored by Budweiser, presents The Who, they get a certain cut, but they're not going to get a large cut like that record company was getting for like 95 or 90% of the record sales. So a band does a sellout show. Some of the musicians probably make maybe 20, 30 grand a night. That's easy money. So I think baseball, and I'm going to tie this in, sports is going to go this route because right now most of your sports teams, we'll use baseball as an example, but they're all the same. Yankees and let's say a National League team, I'll throw the Cubs since Mike loves his Cubs. They have a World Series or even a regular game, and it's at New York, and they sell out, or even if they don't, all the proceeds made is cut in half. The away team gets as much as the home team. Now, that's beneficial, but here's the thing. Sometimes you might have a team, the San Diego Padres, going up there in New York, and it doesn't have the draw, yet the Yankees are still forced to split that money in half. I think eventually that's going to change. I think they're going to try to push in all sports that the team that's the home team gets to keep the profit minus the fee for the away team, and vice versa. So that way they're not affected that a small town team like the Padres doesn't pull enough people to go to a Yankee game in New York City to have a game. Because it's not going to sell. It's not going to be a sellout. And I think that's going to happen in baseball. It's going to happen in football. And a lot of people are going to cry, well, it's big marketing always. It's always been big marketing. And if it wasn't for big marketing teams existing like Yankees or in football, the 49ers, for an example, hockey, the Oilers, if it's not a big market team, you don't got a league. I mean, football was the exception with Los Angeles not having a football team. But really, most of them other sports, you need the big market teams because every time these small teams like Oakland goes to New York, they're pulling more money at New York than they would at Oakland in that, bad stadium. It's a bad stadium. So... And I think that's going to happen in all your industries in which we're looking at entertainment. You can do the mathematics. Money is always the issue. And like when you do with your entertainment, especially movies and TV, you've seen we can't develop anything. We need to buy Disney. We have to buy Marvel. We have to buy Star Wars. We have to buy Fox. Why? Because the last 20 years, they really didn't have anything. What did they have? Pirate movies. That was it. There was no hit from Disney. So they had to buy it. And at some point, if you don't develop something or make something, even if you start buying it, like the Marvel and Star Wars, we can all say is downward spiraling. What can Disney justify keeping these companies if they can't make a profit?
True. And to get on your point, Phil, I'm thinking about Wayne Huizenga, the former owner of the Marlins way back when the Marlins won the World Series in '97. None of the players on that roster, none of the players on that roster were homegrown players. They either traded for them or they signed into big contracts. Then after winning the World Series, they had a fire sale.
Yep, they had the big fire sale.
That's what the Cubs are doing now and some of these other teams. But the thing is, the Cubs actually can fill seats where the Rays, as far as I'm pretty sure, not 100% this year, are still having trouble filling seats. And definitely the Marlins are having trouble filling seats.
Yeah, but like I said, a team like the Marlins, if the Yankees go down to play the Marlins, there's enough Yankee fans down in Florida. They're going to go see them. You see what I'm saying? But the Marlins go up to play the Yankees. I doubt there's many Marlin fans up in New York City, and they're not going to draw. So the Yankees actually take a loss because they're not selling out the stadium or getting close to a sellout. And then again, they have to pay half to the Marlins for the game played. That's where I see the issue with sports teams today. And a lot of the big market teams are saying, we're losing money. And they're justified in that argument.
The Cubs are going to continue to lose money if they keep putting a piss poor team on the field. I'm saying that as a Cub fan.
There's a difference between a team that has the ability to field a team and make money and a team that says, you know what, we're taking a 10-year hiatus. If we're 500 or near 500, we're fine. We're going to pull in the money and we're going to sit on it. And then 10 years later, we'll put the money out to field the team.
The problem is with me, I've been a long-time Cowboys fan. And the thing is, I'm a real one, as in I'm not in denial. I'm not delusional like a number of Cowboy fans are. Oh, we got this guy. They need to put a better product on the on the field. And they need to make the right decisions because they should be in the playoffs at least every year. And
none of the NFL teams, none of the NFL teams, and I think baseball did the same model. None of the NFL teams actually pay out of pocket for their players. They're giving a salary cap. They're giving like let's just say it's 300 million. That 300 million is divided up among all 32 teams, regardless of where they're at or how good their markets or how good they sell out their stadium. And that's from the TV contracts and all the deals they make. So they got 300 million. And what happens is when they sign some of these players, they know what they have to be at and where they're at on the salary cap. Sometimes they try to be 250 million for the year. Some teams might press it to 280. What happens to the extra money? The team gets to pocket it. And there's some teams, Phoenix Cardinals or whatever they're calling themselves now, they probably only pay like 150 million and they pocket the other 150 million. And if a team fluked like the Cardinals to get into a playoff game or Super Bowl, that's extra money for them. But they never use all the money they're allocated to pay the players with the salary cap. And it's happening in baseball too. They cried that the Yankees were always buying players, so they put a salary cap in place. You still don't see a playoff team from the San Diego Padres.
Well, they don't have a salary cap in baseball still.
You know, so I like I said, I'm not sure if they passed it, but they wanted to pass that because they still were crying that the Yankees were buying players, buying teams. Yes, you can buy players, but you cannot buy wins. You can't buy wins.
You can't. No.
Well,
But
yeah,
you
you can.
Well, I mean,
again,
well, it
look at
hasn't.
the '97 Marlins. That team was bought. They bought that championship team. That is an example.
It's not
The Braves,
usually
when Ted Turner owned the Braves, he would try to buy a championship every year. And you know how many championships they won when he was an owner? One.
because the way the system works is that just buying players and stuff is not enough. People have to actually play as a team, which is a tribute to how great baseball as a sport can be. But you can buy wins to an extent, but buying an actual championship can be tough because you can get all this talent, you can spend all this money, but it doesn't guarantee you a championship.
I still think free agency, while the idea is great for football and baseball, really killed the popularities of both of them. Not saying if players should be tied or shouldn't be able to make the money that he can make, but when you had a team in a dynasty like the Pittsburgh Steelers, where players were with that team for almost all their careers, it's a difference. It's a different when someone's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan from the 70s talk about his Steelers. They can name you everybody on the roster. They could tell you how many times they got close to a Super Bowl, let alone winning a Super Bowl. You knew the players. You knew the defensive line. You knew even the backups to the defensive line. Today's day, you don't even know 5 or 6 people on your football team.
Well, what do you think? We're now into sports. This is all Phil's fault, guys.
Hey, man,
It's called Pop Talk for a reason.
Entertainment cash money. Entertainment
It pops all over the place.
I heard someone say about Mike once. They said, "I'm not just a sports guy. I'm an all-around guy."
Yeah,
I don't know who said that, but I heard that somewhere
I'm not
before.
just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. That means I talk about all sorts of subjects, whether I'm doing an episode review or a movie review, gameplay, whatever. Even the show.
All our entertainment, be it sports, television, movies, music, don't make a difference. All of it is now in that dumpster fire.
Entertainment is a weird thing, and especially when people bring in politics, when they want to lecture to you about something they shouldn't be lecturing to you about, especially to fans. When you have people like Deshaun Watson coming back, and you're just like,
yeah, I'm with you.
I don't know.
I'm going to say this, and this is going to probably really hurt Mike, but Kelly Chow says something right there. It is bringing up to mind professional soccer. Your jersey is not the jersey. It's a billboard. I give it a matter of time before football, baseball will start putting. There might be the Cowboys, but on back it might say Verizon on the back of their jersey. It's
Oh,
already
there's
happening
been
in the
rumors for
soccer world.
years
Well,
that
have
already
you
been
guys
started.
seen?
start putting sponsorships on jerseys and
Yes. It hasn't gotten as bad yet in baseball and some of these other sports. It's not as bad as like NASCAR where they have like patches all over the place. But the
It should be how the politicians.
did you guys see some of those uniforms of what they have to wear? They're hideous. They have like a stripe down the middle. These uniforms for, I can't remember, was it City Field or something? They have to wear these stupid uniforms, and you're just like, these colors are ugly. And it's funny to me that the people on ESPN or other, they won't mock them. It's so easy. Have you seen those colors? They're pretty ugly. They really are.
I wonder if that's going to fly, just because I don't know necessarily. I know it makes them a lot of money, but I think it makes them a lot of money because they get the advertisement revenue and they get the jersey sales. So that's why they've been sneaking it along, because it doesn't, if you have one advertisement on, like they do right now, like NBA, one advertisement on the left shoulder or whatever, or, sponsored by, they have like a little Nike swoosh or whatever, because some of them are just, hey, we're just making these jerseys, but we want our logo on it. If it's stuff like that, I think you're still going to get the jersey sales. But if you start making it like Europe, I don't know if Europe has a lot of jersey sales. I don't know for sure. I know that if you're going to get someone like, a Messi, his jerseys everywhere. But for all these sports teams, almost every team has someone they're going to buy from. I don't know if Europe has it like that. And if the NFL or whatever team makes all the advertisement money but loses all the jersey sales, which I'm sure they would, I don't know if it's going to even out.
It gets ridiculous, and I understand people have to pay the bills, but the advertisements can get they get very excessive. Like the scoreboard sponsored by Carl's Jr. or something,
Have you seen the European ice hockey?
Carl Jr. on the back of the jersey. That's when we're moving into the soccer world, because that's what they do over there in soccer. And I know I'm a fan of soccer, European football, whatever you want to call it. The only jerseys that are sacred that they don't touch is the World Cup jerseys when they represent their nations. But when they do like DC United, AC Milan, their jerseys, if you look at it, ain't really jerseys. It's a billboard. NASCAR has always did the sponsorship, so I can understand NASCAR in a way. Even IndyCar, I can understand in a way. But once you see the sports like soccer, and it's been that way for a while now, but I see it creeping into baseball, and I'm seeing it creeping into football. The name of the stadium, I know it's been like 30 years now that they started this. It was because of the Dallas guy, Mr. Jones, when he did the Pepsi deal. All the NFL deals was one deal only for the entire league. Yet he was winning Super Bowls, and he decided he wanted to do a deal with Pepsi. NFL caved and said, okay, we're going to let you do it. But here's the thing with the dynasties in the modern era. His dynasty team fell. He has not won anything. If it would have been me, I would want a person representing football like the guy that came in with the Black Sox. You're going to follow our rules or you're out. If somebody would have told Jones, you want to do a deal with Pepsi? Fine. Dallas Cowboys can go play in the Canadian Football League. We'll sponsor a new team for Dallas and see how good you do. Had somebody stood up with that, you wouldn't have the Washington Redskins having an issue with the FedEx business, who sponsored the team as the Washington Redskins, knowing that the name was the Washington Redskins, and then out of the blue say, we're having a problem.
Yeah.
And
since we're
this guy
talking about
that owns the team caves, and guess what? You changed the name, the Commanders, you still ain't gotten yourself a stadium deal. So he's still getting his comeuppance.
So we've already had right. Yes, I Jerry can be a mess, but he definitely can. We've already had Commanders, which is a stupid name. For the Redskins. Oh, they're now the Commanders. Whatever. Then we have the Guardians. Freaking Guardians. And
I just love that because
so-
it seems so clear about the Guardians. They changed it just because they barely have to change any letters. Like I know I've showed some of you guys the whole picture with the Guardians practice complex. Literally, all they did was take the IN and put a GUAR on instead. And it's so obvious. It's like, guys, what are you doing?
Hey, Mike, could you pull up the images of City Connect? I think they're the City Connect uniforms. I don't know if you remember seeing those or not, Mike.
Yeah, I know what the City Connect uniforms are. The Cubs started wearing them last year.
They're pretty ugly, dude. Yeah.
We haven't had ours yet, and I kind of like it that way.
Oh, by the way, I have to make a comment. The new NFL, I guess it's more flare uniforms, you might want to call it, look hideous. I don't want this bright color team jerseys that, are going to hurt my eyes watching him. You know what? If that's the way they're going to be, I'll watch the women's lingerie team play. And, at least I get to see a lot more and things I want to see instead of a bright fluorescent yellow.
I'll watch the lingerie any day over the other football. I know which way my podium swings.
Is that why you watch it and it makes your podium swing?
Oh, yeah. I should have said my pendulum, but oh well. You could
go why exactly? Like, how come Hispanics aren't offended by the Browns? Not because of the name, but because they're terrible.
Well, no, right? I thought one of the worst team names back in the day was, of course, we lost the Minnesota North Stars. They went
those ones look. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh. And so when we finally got a new team, they decided to let's call them the Wild. What the F is a Wild? What does it have to do? At least you got Timberwolves for the basketball team, the Twins.
Right.
Obviously, Twin Cities, the Vikings. And then we have, hi, we're the Wilds. Hi, how are you?
They're not the Twins anymore. They changed to the T's because they can't win in the playoffs.
The name of the teams that in all sports had a reference. All right. Mm-hmm. At one time, the other teams of Chicago were the Cardinals, both football and in baseball. There was meaning behind the Cardinals as their symbol. Now both them teams moved away. They still have an iconic feeling towards that symbol, but the meaning tied behind it. New York Yankees, as much as I don't like the Yankees.
The Skankies, yeah.
They have a feeling there. Most of your teams are iconic to the area they live. Besides Oakland, who seems to want to move all across the world, but always end up back in Oakland. It's only a matter of time before they be the Oakland Raiders again.
You don't think they're going to stay in Vegas? You really
that team jump more than a hot potatoes. It's like they flip a coin.
Well, and
I mean, it's possible. I still can't believe the Chargers. Well, we talked about this a few weeks ago.
But you know what? That stadium. Let me put it to you this way: some of these people are crying about their stadiums. The Washington Stadium that they have, it's falling apart, and that stadium is not that old. It's not that old. ICOM or whatever they called that one over in San Diego. Look,
Qualcomm, but I don't call it Qualcomm. I call it Jack Murphy Stadium because that's what it was when I grew up. And that stadium needed to be upgraded.
Yep. And it's not that hard. Tomorrow, if they wanted to go to Rome and remodel the Colosseum, it can be done. The thing's still standing. They actually do events inside that falling down ruin. It does not take a brain surgeon to fix, repair. You don't always have to replace. If you can get someone to fix and repair, you can do it. And trust me, they can do it. But these teams, modern teams, and these owners know how to blackmail the cities. that, oh, we need $500 million to get a new stadium. Well, the city is not really going to fork out the money. The way they fork out the money is we'll get the taxpayers to pay for the money, which should never be allowed. The one thing when not the original owner, but the former owner of the Washington Redskins, Jack Kent Cooke, he built that stadium out of his own money. Every dime came from him. He didn't ask for any help. He didn't ask for anybody to sponsor it. He built that stadium on his own. That's how these teams should be doing it. I was never against the old way of having one stadium, two sports teams, the Phillies and the Eagles. There's other stadiums out there that were both. That was never a problem with that. That way you got a full year and full value out of the stadium. Do you need a football-only stadium? No, because you're not playing football all 12 months of the year. You're not playing baseball all 12 months of the year.
That's why they built multi-purpose stadiums,
Well,
so you can have
then-
football, so you can have baseball, concerts, monster truck races, whatever.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard. But this was a way to blackmail the cities and saying, oh, if you can't afford to pay us or do this, oh, well, guess what? We'll go away. Some cities with some sports teams said, go. The Seattle Supersonics. Goodbye. We don't need you. We're not caring.
Yeah.
And, Keely Chow is bringing up a good point here because I feel the same way as Gary from Neurotic. When it comes to Dean Spanos, F him. They had plenty of time, and yes, it still grinds my gears to this day. They had plenty of time to negotiate with the city of San Diego and work out a new stadium deal, even if it meant tearing down Jack Murphy Stadium, which they did well after the Chargers left. But still, they could have tore that stadium down, played up in LA if they had to for a couple of years, and then move into the brand new stadium where Qualcomm once stood. But the city of San Diego dragged their feet. Dean Spanos dragged his feet, and I even heard a thing where Dean Spanos had made his decision back in 2006 that he wanted to move the team to LA. So F him.
Yep. And they all looked at it because at this time, Los Angeles is the second biggest market.
Yes.
But what they still didn't realize when they had the Raiders and the Rams there originally, back in the day, the city of Los Angeles has never been a football town. It's just not in them. They don't have it in them. Never did. I will not be surprised in 4 or 5 years that both the Chargers and the Rams decide, hey, we're going to move. We want to get out. There are some cities
Maybe
that are too small to hold a sports team. I hate to say this. Oakland really shouldn't have any professional teams whatsoever. But it is what it is. There's others. There was a time I remember the idea of a sports team going to Phoenix or Arizona as a whole. You're crazy to put a sports team there. I don't know. Different time, different era. Like I said, when you see the older teams that stayed, like the Cubs, the Yankees, the Dallas Cowboys, in their area, they still making money. They're still profitable. They still have the fandom, even if their teams stink. Yet these teams that jump and move like they've been doing over the last 30 years, what happens to them when they start stinking? Oh, we got to move. St. Louis, they won a Super Bowl. Okay, guys. Now we're going back to Los Angeles.
Yeah, they won here last time, so whatever. I'm not a Rams fan. But.
How can you?
I don't think many people are.
How can you have any attachment to the team if they jump 3 times?
Right. Well, I feel bad for these fans who are so loyal because as we talked about on that sports stream a few months ago. Been about a month ago or so.
It was a month ago.
Yeah, it's just I feel bad for the fans because they're very loyal and they're like, oh, Why are they leaving San Diego? Why you? It's like, oh, because as you said, oh, it's a bigger market, but they could still stay in San Diego. It's just it becomes greed, and it's like just it screws over these fans. I mean, are these San Diego fans going to go all the way over to the new stadium? They might, but they might not. It's the same with how does Oakland feel? They go from L.A. to Oakland, and it's just
Back to
it's silly
Oakland,
to
now
me.
Las Vegas. They should
No.
never have a sports team in Las Vegas, and the reason being not that the city can't support it or don't have the fandom to do it, but when you put team in there where they're known gamblers there, it's the appeal of that. Let's say you're a cornerback and you're not making a lot of money, and someone comes up to you and say, "You know what? You're in that game no more. Let that guy go bust you down and burn you for a TD. We'll give you maybe $200,000." That's right now, though. I think the basic minimum salary of an NFL player is $1 million, and after his agent takes a cut, he might get maybe $600,000. So a $200,000 payoff of throwing a game, just one game, it's there. It's there. That's why for so long, most of the sports leagues in the country never wanted to put a sports team in Las Vegas.
Well, one of the things was also the gambling and all that. There was kind of a unwritten rule that we're not going to put professional sports team in here because of all they're afraid of the influence of the gambling on there, which makes a lot of sense. Which was kind of funny. One of the first XFL put a team in Las Vegas, and they only lasted that one season. But I mean, we here in Minnesota, we had our own a dance with them trying to get rid of the Vikings with Red McComb. Red McComb came in here, and he didn't want to have the Vikings in Minnesota. He did everything he could to try to sour the water. I mean, he took away from our usual chance going, and kept on saying purple pride, trying to generic it. And he was trying to get it to either move it to Texas or to California. Thankfully, none of those places wanted to have the Vikings, but he kept on sabotaging. We'd get to the playoffs, and then we get in there, and then Denny Green, his little puppet that was the coach, would get his big bonus, and then everything would go to hell. All of a sudden, we were playing, and then all the calls, everything just went to hell, and we never went anywhere when we could have gone to the Super Bowl and had the talent and the ability leading up to that point. But Red McCombs wanted to move the team out. Thankfully, well, I don't know if thankfully, because we've got a new stadium that we all had to pay for because they didn't like the Metro dump. The Vikings that didn't fall. It didn't work. We don't even have Purple Pride no more because, again, it was that attempt to try to sour the water and make us not care about the Vikings and hopefully get them moved to another. You want to have a bigger market with bigger money coming in.
That's exactly what happened with the Rams. I mean, I found this out recently. I didn't know. The Rams had the worst 10-year stretch of football that anyone's ever had in NFL history. Worst record. And, it's probably because this new owner, this Stan asshole Kroenke guy comes in and he's like, yeah, we'll hire Jeff Fisher. He's really good at not having a winning season. And it's just, we kept extending him. We drafted, I still remember, we drafted Tavon Austin, like 13th overall, real fast guy. You could utilize him and, you could utilize him as like a slot receiver or have him kind of being a running back as well. He was a really intriguing prospect. Hey, let's just run him down the middle all the time, every game. This tiny guy who is not a power back. He's a speedster. Let's just run him between the,
like a third down back, somebody to come out of the backfield, catch the ball, run for 10, 20 yards.
Yeah. He was he was good at catching. He would have been a useful player, and he had some good seasons. But for the most part, we just kept running him between the tackles. Like, what are you doing? Obviously, he's not going to work here. And just kept doing that all the while for like 5-6 years. He's like, well, I kind of want to move. Just, if you don't give me this, I'm going to move. And,
There was another
Not
team at the
surprised.
same time that
Attendance
was
declined.
doing the same thing like the Vikings were, and that was the New Orleans Saints. And they were always infamous for the bag on their head. Then they got that quarterback that got them to a Super Bowl with that coach. And now you're seeing them on the end stretch of that. I give that a couple years before they start making the play again. We can't use this old indoor stadium down here in New Orleans. We need a new one, or we're going to take a walk. I do not give them. That's one team I will be watching to make another move out. Yeah, a lot of these teams they do that. The Minnesota Viking teams that Baron talking about, they had Warren Moon, and then even after that, they had gotten Randall Cunningham. All sense of purpose should have went to the Super Bowl if it wasn't for Neil Anderson kicking that field goal. You know, if any of them Viking teams made it to the Super Bowl, any question that they would have not won, they would have won.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's just the sports team. But sometimes your owners can sabotage a whole team, no matter how great it is on paper or how great they were anywhere else. As soon as some of these owners get their team, look, most of these owners, the team is a plaything. It's a toy. And to them, if they never make it to a Super Bowl or a World Series, they don't care. Long as the team is making them money, which is impossible for them not if they have a collective bargaining agreement and they share the money. You know, anytime Dallas Cowboys sells a jersey, Dallas is not the only team that's getting the profit from that jersey. That gets split 32 ways. So it doesn't matter if a Dallas Cowboy jersey gets sold or a Cleveland Brown jersey gets sold. Every team gets a cut 32 ways.
And Phil, you're talking about how ownership will get their hands into the pot and screw everything up. What about when these corporate heads from these movie studios and different production studios get their hands into these different projects and they screw it up?
You see the dark side of it. You already hear the rumblings down for what was going down in Washington. You get the rumbling from it, what you see with Ezra Miller, but then you have a history there. Ezra Miller is not nothing new coming out of Hollywood. All these Hollywood people, every single one, still to this day, back Roman Polanski. He was convicted. They know what he did, yet they still defend him to this day. They can say about the other bad man that they sent to jail because he was doing the things he was doing. Yet you still have some of them saying, oh, Harvey Weinstein was next to God.
Oh, yeah.
Don't think they still ain't tied to them. Look, Jello Pudding Pop Man, which I'm not going to say his real name, everybody busted on him and said, okay, he did that. He didn't do nothing different than what his friend did at the Playboy Mansion that ran Playboy. The only difference is he died. Jello Pudding Pop Man's still alive. If you're looking for your entertainment to be a moral or something for a role model or something like that, your entertainment is not that. Listen to what Charles Barkley said 30 years ago. I'm not a role model. I'm a basketball player. That's it. That's it in a nutshell. When I'm watching baseball and I'm watching a baseball player, only thing I'm concerned about is how good he plays baseball and if he's on my team. Other than what his political views, his personal views, his beliefs, or what he stands for, all that I can care less. I don't want to know that. All I want to know is he able to play? Is he healthy? And is he playing good for my team? That's it. Actor. When I see an actor, I want him to perform an actor as a role. I don't have to agree with his political view, his beliefs in anything. I just want him to act. That's it. It isn't rocket scientist. Some of the people that you liked in entertainment, if you met them personally, are so ideologically different than you, but you love them as an actor. Mark Hamill, for example.
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford. Some of these people, if you knew them personally and what they stand for, you'll be like, oh my God. But again, they're great actors. As long as that's what I'm concerned about. Other than this other stuff, no. But when you get to like to the Ezra Miller, where we're going to put a movie out, we're not going to change anything. You're still greenlighting him. He's still going to get paid. It isn't that hard to remove him and take a month or two. Other companies have done worse, and put somebody else in that role and edit him in. Why are you going to still continue to have him in the movie? They're not.
I don't know. I mean, he's supposed to be gone now. We're on to Ezra Miller now.
It shouldn't even come to this. This should have been something done the moment he choked that lady 2 years ago. Anybody else, they're ready to hang on a cross. But Ezra Miller, somehow, some way, we knew about it 3 times, and now this thing, grooming? No, I'm sorry, man. The Hollywood is just as guilty as if they were in on it. And personally, I think they are. I think some of the stuff they're pushing, there are.
Go ahead, Brad.
Look at the hippies. Peter Yarrow of Peter, Paul, and Mary. He was put into prison because he came very close, just short of sexual intercourse with a 14-year-old girl. And Jimmy Carter, Mr. Peanut himself, gave him a presidential pardon just the day before he left office. I mean, and how many people still worship Peter Yarrow of Peter, Paul, and Mary? And, he's so great, and all his activism, he's such a great guy. It's like the guy's a sexual pervert.
Yep, and I can think of the one. His daughter was an actress on a famous show in the 70s.
Yeah, you're talking about McNichols.
Yes, McNichols. But here's the idea. See, here's the warped thinking. And again, I'm not condoning it, but here's her warped thinking. I was all fine in having a relationship with my dad, but when I got pregnant, that was a different story. Really? Mm-hmm. You should have been saying the correct thing that said, I was a victim and I never wanted to be touched, especially by my dad. Not saying I was fine with it up until I got pregnant.
He screwed her up in the beginning when she was a young kid. They were rolling up marijuana and all that stuff. So, I mean, she was brought up with this way of thinking. No wonder why she was thinking that way. And of course, then, like you said, that final, it's like that was the straw that broke the camel's back in this perverted world that they were living in. But I mean, take a look at that. How can you think about that with the mama and the papas now, knowing that he was doing that to his daughter and Christy McNichol? Was it Christy McNichol? I can't remember.
I think Christy. There's
the one that was on Good One Day at a Time.
Yeah. Well, now, hold on a second there, Padawannabe. Hold on, man. The Kings messed up themselves. I'm not going to blame the refs for that. That's when I've been a big Lakers fan for a long time. I don't like where the NBA or my Lakers are right now, and I do not like LeBron James and some of these other crybaby political idiots. But no, dude, the Kings blew that series. They had a chance to win it, and they blew it, Pada.
I don't know. The ref who worked that game later said, what? That was Tim Donaghy, right? That whole thing.
Oh, Tim Donaghy. Oh, yeah.
Is it 2022 with the whole thing?
Was he involved in that one? Yeah, I know there was those refs thing, but I don't remember if he was.
To the referees, let's be honest. Referees are human, and they do have favorite teams. Yes. Like if you're a referee, and there are some teams that already know ahead of time. If you're a let's say Seattle Seahawk player, if you get this referee, he doesn't like the Seattle Seahawks. He's going to call holding more times on you than you've never been if you weren't a Seattle Seahawk.
Even right.
This is a carryover from the Black Sox scandal. It still goes on today. When you think about you're a Dallas fan, there's still people to this day that said Neil O'Donnell was paid to throw them 2 interceptions that cost the Steelers the Super Bowl in 1995. Do I believe it? Would I want to believe it? No. Is it possible? Man. No. Sometimes your team just, I don't want to say choke, but they fall apart. It's not that
Yeah,
hard for
they
that to
do.
happen.
But even if that stuff was going on back then with the Kings still had a chance to win that series, even with all that nonsense. I think that series, if I remember, went 7 games, and the Kings just didn't come through. I think Fisher made some. It was either Ori, I think it was Ori, made some big shot, and then of course that was when Divox, right, Vlade was like, "It's a lucky shot." How can I forget that? At the press conference.
A similar thing happened
Yeah.
with the Magic with LeBron and the Spurs. The second time when he was part of the Magic, he beat the
mean
Spurs
the
in
Heat?
7 close games. The Spurs, if you're a real team, you take that and you go to next season, and guess who you beat in the championship? LeBron James and the Magic. Sometimes a real team, yeah, they'll take a loss. And let's be honest, the Spurs weren't too, let's just say, hungry.
But
so to
Phil,
speak.
LeBron James went to the Heat, not the Magic.
Oh, excuse me, the Heat.
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
them, whatever them
LeBron
Florida,
James.
one of
LeBron
them Florida
James coming
teams,
down.
one of them Florida teams.
LeBron James.
But you know what I mean.
The
Sometimes
decision.
that happens with a lot of sports teams. Sometimes when they win multiple World Series or Super Bowls, sometimes they get into one where they go on autopilot or they just fall flat. Look at what happened to the Patriots. We all thought they were a dominating team with, I don't call them the best quarterback, but every time you met the Giants, somehow, some way, they fell apart.
Because they ran into the greatest quarterback of all time, Eli Manning.
Oh,
Well,
God bless.
I mean,
No.
I don't know about that.
I thought it was Brett Favre.
He definitely had the
Oh, that's
numbers.
true. He's number 2.
Brett Favre. Hey guys, Brett Favre. John Madden for Brett Favre. Brett Favre threw 3 touchdowns.
We're talking about
side note. That's still my
ownership
favorite.
and sports teams basically hurting their own chances of winning. What about officials? I'll give you one name, and Whoopa and Cash.
Oh,
I already know
that
who
name.
it is.
Is this the guy? Is this the
Yep.
man who blew that no-hitter or perfect game or whatever? Is that who we're thinking of with the mustache?
No, not him.
One particular name of an umpire who we all despise, no matter what team we root for. Even players despise this man. That name is Angel Hernandez.
Oh gosh, I haven't heard that.
Did you
He's
see the
been
call he
retired
made?
for-
Like,
is
2
he
days
still
ago,
around?
was it?
Oh, he's still
He's
around.
still around. Yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah.
made a bad call earlier this season between the Mets and the Phillies with Kyle Schwarber up at the plate.
If he's one of those guys who says this is a strike and it's outside of the strike zone, then I think
He's
brain
one of the
might
guys that
explode.
says it's a strike and the ball was thrown closer to first base than home plate.
When it comes to bad calls and the sports team, the Raiders have been the most victimized team of all sports. The immaculate reception, the guy that was the head of the umpires, referees at the time, went up to a Pittsburgh Pittsburgh policeman and said, "How many police people can you provide me if I say that was an illegal forward pass?" He said, "None." It's good. It's good. Okay, we got screwed there. Excuse my language. Then it was the fumble with the Denver Broncos. Special rule that no one knew about. Okay, we got screwed. That prevented us to go in the 77 Super Bowl. Then the infamous tuck rule. And you can watch it to your head spins. You'll see that the cornerback, what was his name? He was Woodson. He knocks the ball out of his hand. What does Mr. I'm the greatest quarterback do? After it gets knocked out of his hand, he moves his hand forward. That's not a tuck. He has to physically have the football near his body to be considered a tuck. Holding it back and having it knocked out of his hand and then magically moving his hand forward like he was passing it doesn't count as a tuck. But magically, the tuck rule magically appeared.
Well, Nothing is
Anything
as
to
amazing.
to protect the savior that is Tom Brady.
Well,
like I said,
no.
Tom Brady in the 80s, let me tell you this. He would have been knocked out after his third or fourth. That guy never was touched. And I know the NFL is scared today. They will not let the quarterback get hit like it used to be in the 70s.
Sure,
and 80s.
well,
But
things
in the
have changed,
70s and
definitely.
80s, even when you got rid of the football, you still got hit. There was a big one. The guy used to be Dave Craig. He used to be a quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks. He ended up going to Kansas City. They're going up against the New York Jets, and the two defensive ends were coming in, both of them at him. And he got rid of the football, but what he did that was smart, he took a step back. So the two defensive ends crashed into each other, and one of them got hurt. And I will say this, had he not took the step back, Dave Craig would have been killed. He would have got decapitated. But because he stepped back and both of them got hit, they were always out to kill quarterbacks.
Well, I mean, they were. It was a different time back then. But what about guys the butt fumble? Let's not all forget about
that's the infamous.
I have two of the greatest football players here. If Mike, you want to bring up, here's the first one of this, one of the best football players ever. You want to bring that up, and then I'll get the other one here. So here's it.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's one of the best football players ever.
Flash Gordon.
Yeah. Let's face it.
Don't tell Cash Money this. I actually liked that guy playing Flash Gordon.
Yeah, but this was just like cheesy fun. This movie,
especially when they had Queen.
Well, you learn if you don't know anything about Flash Gordon, you'll certainly learn more about it in the movie Ted.
What's the other one, Baron? Who's the other one?
Oh, I'll bring it up here just a second.
Right.
I need to get.
It's so crazy that Queen did the soundtrack for that movie. That is something.
I know. Here we go.
It's great.
So this is the other great football player of all time.
Al Bundy.
4 touchdowns.
Four touchdowns in
Four
one game.
touchdowns in one game. No, ma'am.
And notice he is wearing the punter's face mask, otherwise known as the old school face mask. The last person I knew that wore that was Joe Theismann, or Thiesman, if you want to call him that. But yeah, them old school, you only had 2 bars on your face mask, and that was it on your helmet. That's it. Not the ones where now you see today they have 7 bars going across, and they'll have a clear lens or they'll have a tinted lens. Classic Al Bundy doing classic.
People nowadays probably couldn't handle something like Married with Children.
No.
This newer generation, I don't know if they can handle it.
They'd be quickly offended because they're offended by everything.
Yeah, they would be. But
again, the show is satire against everything. I mean,
yep.
You forgot about this guy for one of the best ever.
Come on, the Water Boy.
Boucher.
I'll tell you guys. I got a chance a number of years ago to meet Henry Winkler, and if you ever do, definitely meet him. He's a really cool dude. Really, really nice guy in person. I can honestly say that. Really nice guy. Much better than meeting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So, yes.
Well, honestly, you think about it. That man should have won an Emmy Award for playing.
I know.
Because he is nothing like the Fonz.
The man has a lot of range. He can do comedy. He can do drama. I mean, just that alone, it's impressive.
That shows a good actor when he was able to personificate the Fonz, where his mannerism, even his voice, doesn't sound nothing like the Fonz from the TV show. Yeah. Nothing. That's what you want from an actor. If you knew his political beliefs, you don't care. You just want good actors. And Henry Winkler, God bless him, was able, whatever the role is, you assume that role. Sometimes it's totally against what they believe and what they stand for, but hey, you're able to adapt as an actor to play the part.
Yep.
You're really going to Doctor Who. You're really going to Doctor Who. As much as they killed it,
Professor
first,
Y. That's
first,
Professor Y.
before I go to Doctor Who, I'm going to go to one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. We've already seen a couple of them already. Well, let me get this picture up here.
Oh,
Is it a certain guy who's
want to see me throw them football over them their mountains?
yeah. And then we have to go to one of the greatest Pokemon trainers of all time. I think he might be in here today.
It's
I don't
me.
know.
That's who it is.
So let me stop sharing that screen and let's talk about one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Steven Ransom. You probably already know who I'm talking about. Burt Reynolds in The Longest Yard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The original. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I guess if I remember, the remake was actually pretty good with Sandler. Nothing as good as the original, but
yeah. But Burt Reynolds made a cameo appearance.
Oh, that's right, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't help it. It's a sadder world without him.
There's a quarterback
Well,
that would be in
yeah.
the Hall of Fame today if he won all the Super Bowls he went to. And Barron probably knows who I'm talking about. He played for the Minnesota Vikings and the Giants. What's that quarterback name from the 70s? Played for the Vikings.
Frantic Fran Tarkin.
Yep. That man, like I said, losing them Super Bowls was not his fault. No. But man, did he get them teams there. He took them there. Sometimes destiny is not written in the stars for you. But that man, he should be listed up as at least at the top 5, if not top 10 quarterbacks of all time.
You're talking about
they need to put Bob Lurtsum up, benchwarmer Bob Lurtsum out there more often.
And they always talk about mobile quarterbacks. He was mobile. He was one of the first. You didn't watch him. He'd take off on you. He'd run down 30, 40 yards downfield.
Well,
and
it's
not
like
scared to get hit.
Health has a lot to do with you getting into the Hall of Fame if you're really that good enough, and just having the numbers, and also it helps to have good weapons around you. I mean, if people like Tom Brady didn't have certain weapons around him, would he have the numbers he has?
I wouldn't classify him I would classify Tom Brady as top 10 good quarterback. I wouldn't put him in the top 5. Sorry.
I mean, the guy still has really great numbers to go to the Hall. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, though.
He's no Joe.
Well, that's
Joe
fine.
Montana went up against some of the greatest football teams ever assembled.
I know,
Washington in the 80s. He went up against the Giants of the 80s. He went up against at the beginning of the decade against some of the it wasn't what was it? Danny White led Cowboys. He won just in his conference alone. He won up against some of the great teams. He didn't. Tom Brady. None of that teams in that division were any good. They could have coasted through and made it to the playoffs every year. Them teams in the Jets maybe a couple of years were good, but other than that, none of the AFC West when he was there were any good. Yeah. When you had to go up, when you were Joe Montana, and you had to go up against his division, he had to go up against the Rams, who had a couple good years. The Saints were okay, but then you had to go to playoffs against Minnesota. You had to go against playoffs against the NFC East, who won how many Super Bowls in the 80s and 90s? That was his competition, and he made it there and won 4 Super Bowls. Tom Brady did.
Yeah,
but the Vikings were known as the Purple People Eater.
Yep.
It's still, it's different times, Phil, but what Brady still has done and the way his health has been is it's still impressive. Yes, he lost those Super Bowls to the Giants, but he still won a lot of other Super Bowls. And
it's still impressive, but it's a team sport, Exactly. If you look at why he had a lot of the success
it was the stars were written for him because he was there at a time where he didn't have the competitions like Joe Montana faced. Like I said, I would love to see Tom Brady in the 80s. Put him in let's see, the Chicago Bears of the 80s, where they really needed just a quarterback, even though they did win 1 Super Bowl. But put him there.
Yeah,
How much of a
85, right?
competition
Yeah.
would he be for the Minnesota Vikings? Maybe. But would he be making them Super Bowls against the Giants, the Redskins, the Cowboys, the 49ers,
Ooh,
and the
I don't know.
Minnesota
Hard to
Vikings?
say.
No.
Hard to say, man.
Like I said, it's hard. You're right. It's hard to say. But when you take the look at the person that you're comparing him with, Joe Montana was facing hard quality teams. The Minnesota team of the 80s should have won to 2 Super Bowls and won 2 that year. That's that decade. They were in the only reason they didn't because they ran into the Redskins and the 49ers. That was the only reason. Who did he face in the playoffs? Maybe the Pittsburgh Steelers was his biggest competition. Maybe. But it wasn't like it was when in the 80s where he was facing the San Diego Chargers that had the 3 best receivers and one was a tight end. And Dan Fouts. Look at Dan Fouts. Great quarterback. Never had defense. If he had a defense, he would have been to a Super Bowl.
Well, remember that Super Bowl? What was it? Yeah, it was just a few years ago with the Falcons and the Patriots, and they were up big. And then after half, everything just went to hell for him.
And I know he's listed up there, but he never won the Super Bowl. He only won once. Dan Marino was a man that could put 40 points on the scoreboard, yet the Dolphins defense would give up 41.
Yeah,
Dan
it's
Marino,
it's so weird. I mean, the guy obviously was a Hall of Fame ballot
just sometimes the
quarterback,
team.
but he just didn't have the team.
He had the
that could help him
offense.
get him to that Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he went to one Super Bowl, didn't he, or something?
Yeah, and he ran
but he
Dan
lost.
Marino.
Yeah, he went to one and he lost it.
Joe Montana, 49ers.
Yeah.
That's why I hate using like championships to judge players, because unless it's like the NBA, where NBA is somewhat there are exceptions, but that's something that if you have one great player that can change everything. But like the NFL, the Patriots were so good for 2 reasons. Number one, Bill Belichick isn't. Well, I guess 3 reasons. Number one, Bill Belichick is the best coach in pro football, at least. Then you have the defense was amazing for at least the first 3 Super Bowls that they won, and then but mostly
I'm going to argue with you. I'm going to argue big time. Bill Belichick. Okay,
well, hold on.
He didn't do good in Cleveland when he was a coach there. He didn't have no
one does good in
Tom
Cleveland.
Brady, and he didn't do no wonders there. And he wasn't doing no wonders in New England until Drew Bledsoe got hurt, and then he had Tom Brady step in, which was a fluke. If you look up to that point.
Look at now. I'm not saying Are you telling me that the Patriots teams that he's had lately are like he's not making them overperform greatly?
He's making a team play good, but is he performing the task of winning Super Bowls without a Tom Brady? No.
All right, guys. Let's shift gears. Let's shift gears.
Make me cry now. You don't make me cry with Dr. Who. I'm trying to do everything to get you off of it.
Professor Y.
I love Doctor Who. This is hard.
This article comes to us from comicbook.com. It's by Jamie Lovett. It was posted just today. And as you can see by the headline, it says Doctor Who showrunner offers cryptic clues about David Tennant's return. Starts off by saying David Tennant will return to Doctor Who for the show's 60th anniversary season, and returning showrunner Russell T Davies is offering some puzzling clues about the nature of the 10th Doctor's reemergence. Tennant is joined by Catherine Tate, who plays companion Donna Noble. Davies spoke to Doctor Who magazine, offering some tantalizing teases and possibilities. First, he suggested this may be a missing chapter in the Doctor and Donna's adventures, set between 2 episodes of Doctor Who's 4th season. Alternatively, maybe this is Doctor Who getting in on the multiverse trend, or perhaps an old enemy has returned and is creating an elaborate illusion. A mystery, forgotten excursion for the TARDIS in between Planet of the Odd and Sontaran. A stratagem Davies suggested via digital spy or maybe a multiverse thing. They're all the rage these days. Yeah, no shit. That's probably why you jumped on the bandwagon.
Yawn.
Mm-hmm. Maybe this is the Doctor and Donna from Universe 557, all set to collide with our own. Oh, yay. Then again, maybe, just maybe, this return is so impossible that it's actually an intricate illusion created by an old enemy of the Doctor's, or maybe an old enemy of Donna Nears. Or maybe they're running out of ideas, so they're borrowing an idea for one IP and another IP, and they're seeing if they can do it better. And I doubt that, but
Hollywood not having ideas? When has that happened before?
The hell you say?
well, I know that's heresy. Then again, Davies could just be having fun with fans. However, he concludes his statement by assuring fans there's some hidden truth in what he's suggesting. Yeah, let me guess. You're out of ideas. You don't have faith in your new Doctor. I mean, heck, I watched Pop Culture Minefield yesterday. I heard that there was another actor who was originally cast to play the Doctor before they ended up firing him and replacing him with the Doctor who was announced.
Mm-hmm. Who's gonna do the hey? I don't want to be saucy.
I heard a
That's what the
rumor
new guy said. You want to be
before
saucy?
this came out that they were trying to bring back the Doctor Who actor that played in The Hobbit. Radagast, that guy. He was. They were trying to get him to come back, and he told them, "I guess I can say this. I hope it's okay." Oh hell no, that was his answer. So it doesn't surprise me they reached back to get like somebody like Tennant. I mean, there are probably other doctors they can probably reach back for, but I'm sorry, I'm a Doctor Who fan. I grew up on Doctor Who just as much as I grew up on Star Wars. The only thing is Doctor Who kept going, where Star Wars for a long time didn't. And we had some great, wonderful actors playing Doctor Who. I'm not against a woman playing Doctor Who. What I'm against was how crappy it was and how it destroyed the canon of Doctor Who, that Doctor Who is not coming back.
Well,
they can get
Doctor
Tom
Who's
Baker.
amazing.
If they can bring down Tom Baker and put him there magically, it's not bringing Doctor Who back.
Phil,
Well,
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the thing that I think that you get an issue with all these race and gender swaps is this is the thing with like Superman. They're saying, "Oh, we want a black Superman." I don't think I would particularly mind, but the thing is, what the story should be if you're going for truly just best actor, true meritocracy would be, well, we're gonna make a Superman story, or in this case, like a Doctor Who story. A Superman story, they're going to happen to be a black man playing the character, or it's going to be Doctor Who and it happens to be a woman. What happens is what we keep getting is this is going to be a story about being a black man in America, or a story about being a woman in Britain. And oh, by the way, she's also Doctor Who. Like, it's not, they don't focus on the actual character part. They focus on the whole gender or race.
The one thing is weird, and I've gotten into some conversations with some random people on forums and so on, comment sections. I feel like when it comes to Doctor Who, Jodie Whittaker, excuse me, the character should always be like, no, I make the final decision. Just like I feel every Doctor Who has made the final decision. So she puts her foot down and says, I make the final decision, instead of saying, well, I don't know. What do you guys think? And then, of course, you have some of the political nonsense in there too, which people are like, lost a lot of fans.
You got that with Mark Hamill in the Last Jedi. He kept saying over and over again, "This is not how Luke Skywalker is. This is not how Luke Skywalker acts." The other thing he even said, on the scene where Luke Skywalker is dying, he actually wanted and he was pushing for Hayden Christensen to appear as Anakin Skywalker before Luke died. The man, whatever you want to feel about the man, he knows Luke Skywalker. He knows what the fans want. They should have listened to him. These shows are not, and unfortunately, it's like we can wish they changed, but they're not.
Right.
Doctor Who can do a total 360 right now. It's not coming back. I'm sorry. There's no resurrecting what they've done. The only solution for Doctor Who fans is leading up to Whittaker playing the Doctor and just forgetting about her season and keeping everything in the past. They can try the little catches. Oh, here's another Doctor from the past to try to help the show. It's not going to work. I said this before. You can put Luke Skywalker back in The Mandalorian, but he was only in there for 4 minutes. He wasn't half an episode. He wasn't a full episode. 4 minutes. Can anybody tell me sitting here 4 minutes was enough to erase everything Disney did with Luke Skywalker?
Well, I mean,
that wasn't enough.
But at least you can say that people can enjoy The Mandalorian. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's a bad series. It also depends if you like bounty hunters and stuff like that. But
I understand you saying that, Cash, but that's like me going out to eat. Let's say we all go to Denny's. Our meal isn't great. It isn't perfect. It was okay. Do you think you really want to go back to Denny's after that? No.
Probably not that Denny's. I might go to
I don't know about that Denny's.
Hey, I'm Italian. I'm always looking for food. What can I say?
No, I mean, out of all the Star Wars series so far, I've probably liked The Mandalorian the best. There's a lot I liked. Now, where's their filler episodes? Sure, but you know, they seem to actually have a pretty good idea going forward with, of course, the other shows and even Kenobi, where I think it's just mediocre to good to whatever, but I'm not high on it like some of my other friends feel. I just feel like there could have been, there's just missed opportunities with these Disney shows, and they should find a way to fix those.
Well,
I don't think they want to.
Well, see, their main goal with these Disney shows, and they made it known, is to have that path to the sequel trilogy. That is their main goal. They're wanting to put legitimacy to that. So if that's their main goal with all these shows, you're not going to get what you're wanting. You're just going to get, see, and everything's leading up there. They're doing it with the comic books. They're doing it with the TV shows. So all you're going to be getting from Disney, no matter what it is the path to Jar Jar and Ruin Johnson's abominations.
Disney's really weird. I mean, I really actually hope that Thor movie turns out well, but you know, who knows?
I'm sorry, what I'm seeing of that Thor movie, and this is just my opinion. You might feel differently, but it looks like crap.
I feel like 40 minutes of jokes, because I heard somebody who had watched a premiere recently, 40 minutes of jokes, the way that movie starts. And I'm like, I don't know about this.
You know,
but all the jokes in the
when it comes to Marvel, they said they were done with phase 3. It's phase 4 now. So why are we going back to Thor from phase 3? Why are we going back from Doctor Strange phase 3? Because guess what? Everything they gave us from phase 4 is crap. And that's me being nice. Look, I'll be honest.
It doesn't make me feel much.
The last 5 years of Marvel and Disney, I would rather watch every other weekend Battle Beyond the Stars, as bad as that is, an awfulest movie ever made for sci-fi. But it has a way better storyline than anything Disney's done with Star Wars or Marvel in the last 5 years.
That's a great movie. It's fun. You can sit. That's the thing. It's fun. You can sit and watch Battle Beyond the Stars, and it's like I don't feel gypped. It's like, okay, I can see where this all is. It's a Corman film. You have John Boy in space.
There you go. That was the main goal.
I mean, you have George Papard in there. I mean, John Saxon was the villain. My word, it was like, just sit back, eat popcorn, and enjoy the show.
Yeah, it was B-movie fun.
That I can give it to, but you know what? It might have been B movie fun when it came out. It's A quality now in today's world.
Yeah.
That's
You're right.
A quality.
You're
They
right.
couldn't. That's the thing. Today's writers in all these TVs and movies couldn't even write a B style movie 30, 40 years ago.
Even though Disney is making money on this stuff, like they could have made way more money if they went in some different directions with that Doctor Strange movie.
Never go by what Disney
But-
releases that they're
They-
making money, because if they're doing the same thing like Warner Brothers and they were pumping money out and spending it on these awful TV shows, Batwoman should never have gone 3 episodes, let alone 2 seasons.
You're right. It should have gone 10 seasons. We
I
need more
hate
Batwoman.
Kick him. This is the first time I
Listen, I know everyone hates on it. I'm not saying it's because it's a good show. I'm saying because some of my favorite entertainment is as is Batwoman reviews. I don't want those to ever end. I'm sad that they're going away.
Batwoman. The funny thing about Batwoman is if you ever watch one season of Batwoman, and you should give yourself a medal. I've told people this before because there is 2 characters. You have Kate Kane's dad, who's actually a good actor, and then you have Lucius Fox's son in that first season were the only 2 good things about that first season. Everything else was just mediocre and all over the place, and it's just a mess. Yeah.
It's just like The Room, and the fact that it's so bad it's good and it doesn't realize it. It's just so bad, and I just think it's funny. Like with Dougray Scott, he is a good actor, and you can just tell in so many scenes like he just does not want to be here. He's like, how soon until my contract's over? Like it's hilarious. I love seeing that. It just cracks me up. I know it's a bad show. I'm not saying it's good. It amuses me greatly that something like this can get renewed so much.
It never had the ratings that warranted to go even 5 episodes. It never had the ratings for it. But they were willing to pump money into that show to push not the quality or the theme of the show, but to push the agenda. That's what they were trying to do on that show. That's why they were willing to fork out the money. And that's why Warner Brothers lost money. And that's why they had to sell off their DC.
Well, yeah, and guys,
it's going to be next. Trust me. If they don't change their ways, they are going to be next. It's only a matter of time before you say, okay, look what Padawan wrote in there. Natalie Portman did not come back because she wanted to play the part in that role. She came back because her kids told her they wanted to see her play as a superhero. That's the reason why she came back.
It's interesting.
Well, let's put it this way. A lot of people took roles because of that. What's his name?
Yeah,
great actor who played Dumbledore in the first 2 Harry Potter movies, and I hate
Richard Harris.
Richard Harris, great actor.
He took the role because he was told to do it by his kids or grandkids. I can't remember which. But you got to do this role. You got to do this role. He didn't know anything about it. Did a great job. Which shows, of course, how good an actor he is. Despite the drinking and all that.
When he passed away, interesting thing. When he passed away, they went to his best friend. And I'm trying to think of the name of the actor. It wasn't the one they got to play Dumbledore. There was the other actor, Peter O'Toole. They went to Peter O'Toole. They wanted him to play it. And he said no because he didn't want to touch what his friend had done. They even went to the actor that played Gandalf. And he told him, no, I already played one wizard. I'm not jumping over to another wizard. And they even, if I believe correctly, they even went to Christopher Lee to play it. And he said no. The actor they got was like the 4th choice. Not that he was a bad actor. Loved his acting.
No.
No, he got better after Goblet of Fire.
But
first,
he was a good actor. I just didn't think he was a good Dumbledore.
He got better after.
The other thing I did like, and it wasn't a big secret, it had come out, that Dumbledore was gay. And we all understood that.
That was something in the book.
Kids did not understand it because it was never portrayed that way.
Right.
And I like that because I don't think kids should be influenced. I don't 5-year-old, a 6-year-old should not know anything about that. And I like that it was done that way. When they got
Well,
into
it was
the
released in a tweet. She didn't. It wasn't even the book. She put it in a
book,
tweet.
right?
Well,
But it
she
is-
just
It's
released
a
a bunch of
stupid
stuff.
virtue signal. That was all
Yeah,
it was.
but the
Yeah.
two,
That's what it
the
was.
two movies
Yeah.
that we got lately, what is it? Fantastic Beasts. The first two, you can see, you as an adult you could see it, but a kid watching them first two movies, no way. You couldn't tell. You and you didn't care. The third movie, it was plain as obviously a 5-year-old would say, "Oh, what's going on with Dumbledore with that guy?" And again, I'm not against it. I have family members that are. I don't support or believe it, but I love them to death. But
Right.
I do not think when it involves children, especially knowing that a 5 and a 6-year-old should not know anything about that. It should
Yeah,
be
I don't know. I finally, yeah, no, I agree. I understand how you feel about that, Phil. I like to call it the Crimes of Grimballs because I saw it recently. That movie is so boring compared to the Harry Potter movies, and I like the first Fantastic Beasts. I thought it was a good movie, and so I'm like, do I really want to ever see the third one? The second one, and Ezra Miller was horrible.
I didn't like Ezra Miller in none of the Harry Potter. Oh, they're not Harry Potter's.
He just stares a lot and looks like an idiot in that movie.
I hate to say this, he's not a good actor. Even as a Flash, he's not a good actor. There is no look. I can understand wanting to hold on to an actor, even though you might have done some horrible things, and you want to still hold on to him. But Ezra Miller is not the type of person that's a great actor that you want to hold on to and fight and say maybe this stuff is not true when it is true, but you're still going to go the extra mile and fight for him. Johnny Depp doesn't get to fight. Johnny Depp gets kicked to the curb.
Yep, I
You know?
know.
And he was only an accusation. We didn't. He wasn't convicted of anything. He wasn't charged with anything. He was. That's
even his former girlfriend said that he's never did any of that stuff to her.
Even his former wife.
Right there
And here's the thing: everybody said that he should sue Amber Heard and he should get what he deserved. Agreed. But if I was Johnny Depp, I would sue Disney and Warner Brothers, even for more money. They want a rumor to eliminate. Look, in this country, we're innocent until proven guilty. If he was proven guilty, and even sometimes when you are proven guilty, sometimes you're still innocent. But technically, if you're not proven guilty, you're innocent. The man should sue.
Yeah,
he was wrong.
I think
I think a lot of that too, it's just pragmatic because I had a situation like that. Someone T-boned my dad, and he's fine, but he had to have some surgeries and stuff. And he's like, "Can I sue?" And his lawyer's like, "Well, look, you can. You'll almost certainly win, but this person does not have the money to pay you. So you'll win and get the money in theory, but you're not going to actually get it." So, and that's kind of the thing with Amber Heard. He can win all this money for sure, but is he really going to get it? If you sue Disney, you're getting that money. Unless you totally bring down the...
He will get the money definitely from Warner Brothers and definitely from Disney. The Amber Heard thing, let's just say in our world, compared to us here, we're average people, $500 is a big thing to us. $500 to Amber Heard, let's be honest, right now, as today stands, is not a big deal. It's a drop in the bucket. It's a nickel.
That all depends on what her bank account looks like.
There you go.
$500 is a lot of money, right?
If she's still going to go into, let's say she's still in Aquaman, then he can do what the family of Nicole Simpson did to OJ. Even though he was found innocent on the first one, but second one, they got him on the technical. Guess what? He can then attach her wages. So wherever she works, even if she goes into voice acting, he's going to get a piece of that cut. The only thing they can't touch on OJ is his pay from the NFL as a retiree, but you can't attach to a retiree fund. You can attach everything else, but you can't attach from the retirement fund. Same thing with Amber Heard. I'm pretty sure she's a member of the Hollywood Association and probably has a pension coming when she gets ready to retire. He couldn't touch that. But for every other thing, the royalties going for the first Aquaman, the Batman that she did, I guess Snyder cut, whatever. Yes, he can attach all that. So yes, he can get a cut. So he might not get all of it, just like the Simpsons didn't get all of it from OJ, but he will get some. But you're right, he can get a bigger payday suing Warner Brothers and suing Disney, and that's what I would do if I was him. I would turn my attention to them. Because he has grounds to sue. He does have grounds.
Don't know what's going on. He might be working on there.
Yep.
We don't
I
know
wouldn't be surprised if he did.
But I mean, didn't Amber Heard get tossed off the second Aquaman film now? So
they lowered her acting on it. She went from 20 supposedly down to 10 supposedly. Until we actually see, we can't say. But she's still going to get paid. So regardless.
Well, you know, it's the same thing with the whole Dustin Hoffman thing. I mean, wasn't it all just hearsay, the things that he did on the set of Tootsie? Or was that actually proven? I think it's pretty much still hearsay. And they just ruined his career.
I hate to say this.
Actor, but...
And I hate to say this. Hollywood, from the moment it started up until recently, somebody goes to Hollywood, especially a woman, you got to fight to get the role. A man has a longer life in movies and TV than a woman actress does. They tend to only last 5 years, maybe 10 if you're pushing it, but that's really hard. And some of these women, even after they become famous, if they want to do the job and they want to keep the job or still get the roles coming, sometimes they have to do the unspeakable things. And they know this.
Well, the casting couches have been around since day one.
Yes, yes. Hopefully, it's been burned by now.
Carrie Fisher is known for her. I had to sleep with the nerd to get the role in Star Wars. We know who. We won't mention the name, but we all know who that nerd is. But there's a prime example. Again,
George.
Again, not condoning it, but remember, she went and did it willingly. No one put a gun to her head. But unfortunately, that's what some of these actors had to do to get the roles.
But I don't see George Lucas say, "Hey, girl, you want that?"
But she said, quote unquote, on that one show, the AFT award, if it wasn't George Lucas I slept with, who was that guy? Maybe it was the lighting guy. Who knows? But I'm going by what she said. See, the thing is, she left the role Carrie at the same time. She was originally cast for Carrie, the horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
And Sissy Spacek was cast for Princess Leia in Star Wars.
Interesting.
Carrie Fisher did not want to do the nude scene. So they agreed to switch roles. So Sissy Spacek went to Carrie. Carrie Fisher went to Star Wars. That's how that worked. But originally, Carrie Fisher was supposed to do I Find Ironic. Carrie.
Do you, Mike, do you have the ding, ding, ding? The more you know.
No, not yet.
I do. But, but, you know, the thing is, you know, here's the dirty little thing. As much as there's women that were taken advantage of and have been are still getting taken advantage of by these studios, there's many women going in there knowing that they construct their stuff and they're willingly doing it. So, hey, there we go. One right there.
Why is Baron's hair look green? It looks like it got a green tint to it. Baron don't have green hair, and he doesn't.
Just go along with it, Phil. Just go along with it.
Phil, will you stop trying to
us older people don't dye our hair different multi-bright colors. Green, red, and blue.
Gosh. You know, I'm moving on to another article. I'm moving on to another article.
And by the way, Baron, you're talking about like how many women had something like that. What about the men? Brendan Fraser instantly comes to mind. He's been open about it. What happened to the guy?
The Coreys. The one,
So-
one killed himself because of it.
Yes,
Right.
he did.
Corey, the
Yep.
Feldmans, right? Yeah.
Yep. So moving on to another article. This comes from Superhero Hype. It says Street Fighter Transformers Hadouken and roll out to
Hadouken!
Target.
Duken.
So let me guess. Ryu's
Sounds like a
Optimus.
Japanese porn film thing. It's like, oh, we're going to have a Hadouken sequence.
That took an
I know, I'm
interesting
sorry.
Wait a minute, hold on. Mike, can you scroll back up? Let me see the figures again.
Now all I
I
can think
hate
of
to
is
say this.
Ryu in
That
the
is-
streets.
This
Hadouken
is
in
the
streets.
most ugliest looking figures of Transformers I
Oh,
ever
come
seen
on,
in my life.
Phil.
They're ugly. I wouldn't even want my kids playing with it. I've seen
look like-
Transformer figures since they came out. They were colorful. They were nice looking.
Okay.
I would want to play with them even now. But looking at that, that looks like it was a.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Well, I have to sit back and say they do look like Legos. They look like
Oops.
Transformer Legos.
I don't know what I did. I have no idea what just happened.
That pesky
boy.
mouse.
Did you flush Phil?
Oh, maybe
you have a sound clip for this,
I
don't
did.
you,
Yeah, I
Pacific?
don't. Did it?
He went too far.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your sponsorship. Sponsorship's important. But I still wouldn't even give a 2-year-old one of them Transformers.
Oh, it's not for 2-year-olds, Phil. It's for 40-year-olds.
There's
I
choking
wouldn't even
parts,
give a
Phil.
40 year.
Jeez.
I wouldn't even give Baron one of them. I like them
Thank
too
you.
much. That's something I give somebody I hate.
What if Baron wanted one? What if
Somebody
Baron
likes
wanted one?
me. Not
They're
one of those, I'm
ugly.
sorry.
They're
I'm sorry, I
ugly.
had one of those.
All right.
I
So
have to be
this
honest.
article
I'm not
says
going to be cruel. I'm just going to be honest.
the article says the World Warriors look ready to incorporate a whole new world into their battle arena, namely Cybertron. In a new series of mashups previously released by Takara in Japan, 4 classic Street Fighter II characters get rebuilt as iconic Transformers. It gives a whole new potential interpretation of the bonus level in Street Fighter II that asks you to smash up a car. Available exclusively at Target, the Street Fighter Transformers come in packs of 2, so that none will show up without a sparring partner.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Or I even have a clip that's appropriate. Let me just get to it. Out of all my other clips, yeah, I play it a lot, but who cares?
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
Love that
Optimus
movie.
Prime. No.
And I'm getting ready to cry when you read this part coming. I'm looking at the
Chun-Li.
cost.
Chun-Li, unsurprisingly, combines with the best-known female Autobot RC. In her 2-pack, she takes on Ken Masters, whose affinity for a Hot Rod Red GI makes him a natural Hot Rod. Hot Rod, he killed Optimus. It's because of him Optimus died.
True.
The second 2-pack features the leaders of both properties, Bison as Megatron. Okay, I like doing Megatron's voice.
It's good.
Versus Ryu as Optimus Prime. To make them even more powerful, the arch enemies triple change, with both featuring ground vehicle and jet plane modes. Plus, they're both headmasters.
Whoa,
As is
whoa,
hot-
whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa.
you heard it.
I hear that from you, Phil.
I'm trying to survive this. I'm going to say this. I thought Echo Base was trying to kill me. This is killing me. This is killing me.
You'll survive.
No, I won't. This will never be erased from my memory.
Oh, right. As is Hot Rod Ken, Chun-Li never loses her head, though. Of course, somebody has to keep their head on.
Whoa, Chun-Li. Talking about her head work. Come on now. This is a family show.
I never said this is a family show.
Okay, never mind.
It does
So
say
Hot
viewer
Rod-
yeah.
I do have
okay, so
viewer
you're just rubbing it
discretion.
older. Okay.
Now,
I'm
for
starting
the
to
real-
feel a little
Head game.
uncomfortable.
Now for the real shock. Read the next paragraph. Read the next
Yeah, I know.
paragraph,
Yeah.
please.
Optimus Ryu versus Megatron Bison cost $112.99 because it's
What
a collector's
the-
item, Phil. That's why it costs so much, because they know there's a market for something like this.
Something that ugly, Transformer figures have beautiful colors. Nice. Look at that pack again. You couldn't offer me all of them for $112, let alone two.
Guess what, Phil? Guess what? This isn't the first time Transformers has crossed over with a property. At one
that's
point,
fine.
Transformers
I'm talking-
crossed over with Star Wars.
Crossovers are fine.
No,
I'm
no.
all for that. I like the idea of crossovers. Scroll up and look at them figures, and you tell me, even if I offer you the whole pack for $112, that's something collectible you want to see.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
What the hell is that first one? All blue, red legs. What is that?
Chun-Li.
It's Chun-Li,
That's
dude.
ugly. That's the most
Chun-Li,
ugliest-
Ryu, Ken,
Bumblebee over
Bison.
to the far red is all red. Why is all the characters red? Bumblebee
Communism.
is yellow.
Why?
Are
God.
collectibles.
Collectible
Yeah.
for my garbage disposable. This is the worst Transformers I've ever seen.
Have you ever watched Street Fighter or played Street Fighter?
No, I'm not
or-
talking about the Street Fighter part of it. I'm looking
Oh,
at
gosh.
all
That's
the
their
box.
colors. That's
They're
them.
They're horrible colors. All right,
Phil?
the lady Chun-Li, she wears a pretty white dress that has her hair tied up like this, similar to
She wears a blue dress.
yeah.
He
But
wears a blue dress,
there's
dude.
Go up there.
Phil.
You will be silent.
Ken wears red. Ryu wears white. I don't know the other guy. Oh,
You
it's
have
Bison.
gone too far, Philly boy.
Chun-Li's a pretty little thing.
You know,
You know, Phil.
I know.
Maybe the time has come.
Uh-oh.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
It never gets old.
The only complaint I have is the thighs on the Chun-Li Transformer are clearly not big enough. They need
Thighs,
to be big
thighs
enough to.
save lives, dude. Remember. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that
Yeah.
buys this, please let me know. I want to meet the person that actually buys two of these. Not let the whole collection, just two.
You
Just
know
let
what?
me know.
If someone wants to buy it, that's their money. If it
Are you-
makes them
no, no,
happy,
no, no.
that's
Are
their
you-
money.
Are you going to buy it?
I don't know.
He might,
Okay.
he might not.
He's thinking about it.
He's gonna be knocking at his window. Did you buy it yet? Did you
There
buy
you
it?
go. That would be me. I'll be knocking on your window late at night. Where's my $2?
Mike's gonna go
you knock on my window at late at night, you might get something you don't want.
Mike
what
will
would
be
that
there
be?
going- Mike will be there going, what does this Chun-Li transform into here?
Uh-oh.
Don't get me wrong. I love Transformers. I love Transformer action figures. But this set, no. I'm sorry, no.
And hello there to you, Christian Fandom Geek. How are you doing this fine
No.
Sunday?
Now we got to start behaving.
Why you didn't behave when I'm in here?
Well, you're
No, no sense in straightening up now.
Well, I know I'm gonna quote one of my favorite humorous
Oh,
comedians, Orson Bean. Orson Bean, who was converted to Christianity, he sat back and said, "You're a Christian. You're still doing all this. Why?" He goes, "It's simple. I may be a Christian, but I'm still a dirty old man. Same here."
And with that, I'm sorry. I'm late on this. You can blame me, but
Yeah, you're right.
No.
anyways, we have a gallery to take a look at below. So,
All right. Maybe Phil will find something in there he likes.
No,
there's Chun Li.
There's
absolutely
Chun
not.
Can you put that down? Can you put that down so we can see her better?
Yeah.
Not that we don't like Stefan's, or is it Steven, or how he says comment there. Oh.
I don't know. What do you think about that face, Mike? Do you like
Well,
that?
what they're using is the RC head sculpt, and they just painted it to match Chun Li a little bit more.
She knows how to handle two guns.
You gotta,
Notice, go back. And I hate to point this out, but notice on her chest, they had to put the little gold to make sure it symbolized a woman. I guess they're representing the female body part.
What represents Phil? Jeez, dude.
Yeah, they have to represent the female body part. She didn't want to make
It's because they're using the RC mold.
Well,
and RC is a female transformer.
I know RC, but RC was pink. The only thing pink on there is her leg.
Yeah,
she's not RC though.
It's a repaint, Phil.
Well, she's got the first generation Lara Croft conical boobs on there. I mean, let's put it that way. Those pixel angular things.
See, I'm not the only one. Thank you, Resolute Journal. See, there's always somebody out there that will agree with me. Thank you.
You'll find an audience.
He's gonna be in Denny's later. He'll be like, "Dang those Transformer freaking Street Fighter Transformer things, man! Those things are deep."
Why did I go back to Denny's? It wasn't as good as the first time. I'm back here again.
Because they let him spout his bullcrap.
I prefer Waffle House.
Oh, that's good. Waffle House.
Oh, so you're gonna go all upscale on us now?
That face on there looks actually.
It's not a Waffle House; it's a Waffle Home. Remember that.
Oh, man.
We used to be cool, Wimpa. We used to be cool.
Oh no. That one, okay, that's the same one, yeah, just transformed. That's pretty cool.
Well, there's the head.
Yeah. Oh.
And you can see it's Megatron's head just with Bison paint apps.
That looks pretty cool.
Almost looks like he's got the Imperium of Man symbol on there from 40K. Oh, look at that. I mean, I'm sorry. He looks like a Lego version of Transformers. So blocky. Oh, he turns into a tank now. Mm.
Yeah.
Is that the movie version of Megatron?
Yeah, I think it's one of their current iterations of Megatron.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I wish I could afford Transformers back in the day. It was that's something I missed out on. I just couldn't get it.
I was so fixated on Star Wars. That's what I wanted. I mean, I got some Buck Rogers and Battlestar Galactica, but
I couldn't get any of it. Kid, my friends had freaking Star Wars, had the Millennium Falcon, had Luke Skywalker. I couldn't get any of it.
I did buy a lot of Transformers.
You burned it.
Not the Transformers. I actually played with my Transformers. They got destroyed from playing with them, enjoying them, playing with them.
Yeah, I can see that. I would have transformed them
Transformers,
until legs fell off.
These to me are what you would find the knockoff versions for imported from Hong Kong.
I got a GoBot once.
Ooh, GoBots.
They didn't count.
Cool.
I know people were into that, but that was just a Transformers ripoff.
I had
GoBots
Transformers
was
and
pretty cool.
GoBots.
GoBots were pretty cool, man. Yeah.
And you better believe there were crossovers.
Just the style of them toys, and definitely not worth $113 for two.
They're charging you $113 one because it's Transformers, two because it's Street Fighter, and they know there are people that will fork over the money for them.
They know there's people that will crawl out of the basement and go down to the store and buy them and go back into the basement and not be seen until the next.
Look, have you seen the whole Supreme line of stuff? People will take like a t-shirt, a plain white t-shirt, just put a small red box in the middle that says Supreme. That's $100.
Yeah, you can see
They'll sell anything.
I'm not that dumb.
White Supreme?
I'm dumb, but not that.
Aren't there even like plushies that cost like $100?
Dude, they made a brick. They made a brick.
right.
Let me look this up.
Are you talking about Taco Supreme, Nacho Supreme? You know,
No,
there is
but
a Supreme Justice here on the platform. His name is Fat Steven Seagal.
Yeah. Justice Fats.
No, they made a brick. It's literally a brick, and they put Supreme on it, and it's sold for over $1,000.
Well, that's like the Pet Rocks.
Yeah.
Supreme.
What the hey? Back to the Future. No.
This is the only thing they could do. I don't even see how they could do this, but this is retarded.
They had already done it. It had premiered in London before the coup, and it's already been approved by Bob Gale and Robert Zemeckis.
Wow.
Of course, they're getting paid.
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
Marty, you kids, Marty.
What are they, a-holes?
Them two guys that own Back to the Future already said they will never make a fourth installment. They even have it in both their wills. Their children can't okay it. It'll be always forever. These three movies and no remakes, nothing, just as they are.
Well, but a Broadway musical.
A lot of businesses have been trying to get them to offer them money to make a new Back to the Future, and they stood to their guns and said no. But as far as the Broadway musical, be all for it.
Yeah, if you want a continuation to Back to the Future, you play that game. Yes,
I gotta find that game.
That feels like adding right from Back to the Future 3. That feels more like a Back to the Future 4. Yeah.
And I give them credit. They did a series. They did 3 movies. Yes. They're done. Move on. Let's do something else.
You even did a cartoon. I watched that.
That was great too. But like I said, that's the thing. Sometimes Hollywood can't let things go. Like especially the one and done. Willow should never be. We don't need a second Willow.
I don't know if we need. Well, this is what, a series now. Yeah, it's a series.
Yeah,
stupid series.
Yeah.
It's a message machine. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Well, Lucas did authorize a prequel trilogy book series back in the 90s or something like that. I think, if I remember right. I think it was a prequel, or I'm trying to remember if it was prequel or sequel. I can't remember, but it was a 3-book series with the Willow series. But it's like Highlander. They should never have done another Highlander film.
No, that was a one and done.
Perfect one and done. TV series was fine, but it wasn't really. It was kind of tied into it, but it was a different person. I was all fine with the TV series, but the Highlander 2, 3, and I guess there's a 4th one. No.
Well,
that's why I'm grateful for movie series like Matrix that only had one movie.
What you're excited about, though, Phil, is a new Sharknado. That's what you're waiting for.
Oh my God, no!
Are we up to 8 or 9 now?
If we're going with that Discovery, why not say the best they ever did was their ripoff of Sons of Anarchy, the motorcycle fake clubs that they claim was real.
The Mines?
Yeah. There was, it was even written and directed by the guy who worked at WCW. What's that guy's name?
Eric Bischoff?
Eric Bischoff. Yes, it was called The Devil's Ride. The Devil's Ride, and it was about a fake. They claimed it was real, but it's a fake motorcycle club, and they tried to pass them off like they were the next coming of the Hell's Angels.
Club. That's a funny word.
Awful.
Mayans and Sons of Anarchy. I think those shows are both still quite popular. Isn't
But
Mayans?
this was a ripoff. There, he was trying to make money because trying to tag it on to like kind of like the Sons of Anarchy. It's a fake documentary, pretty much. That's what I can classify it.
So this
Devil's
article
Ride.
from Superhero Hype says Back to the Future, the musical, is coming to Broadway in 2023. Screenwriter Bob Gale and director Robert Zemeckis have been fiercely protective of the Back to the Future trilogy. That's why there's no Back to the Future 4 or a reboot happening anytime soon. However, the duo never ruled out bringing the show to Broadway. Gale even took an active hand in writing the book for Back to the Future, the musical, which opened in London's West End in 2020. And next year, American fans will get their shot to see it when the musical comes to Broadway.
Gosh, you know how expensive that probably is going to be, though? Easily over $100 or so. Oh my gosh! Then you get to wear a mask too, and you get to then screw yourself. No, I'm just kidding. Stop.
The news wasn't.
I think this is like an example of movies. They don't want to do a movie, kind of like Harry Potter. They had the musical for the last. It was a book that some people say is Harry Potter, but it's not Harry Potter. But it is Harry Potter. I can't think of I forget the name of it. It's something child, but it was a
Cursed Child.
Yep, Cursed. Thank you. I knew one people would know. Cursed Child, musical and everything. It was. It's close to another movie for Harry Potter as you're ever going to get. So they make money. The cost is down, and it's not that bad to do a musical. So no politics. Don't have to hire a big name director. Just choreographic and acting. That's all. There you go.
They can't really screw up anything either. I mean,
no,
it's a play. They can't destroy the canon. They can't rewrite it. They can't. They can put all the messaging in it they want, I think, but they. How many people are going to actually see this thing? Nowhere near a movie amount. So
I don't think so. No, but it could make a profit.
Padawan be. I'm going to play this clip.
21 gigawatts. 1.21 gigawatts. Great Scott.
I'll be honest. Even if they wanted to make a Back to the Future today, where are you getting a DeLorean?
They got some.
They wouldn't even use a DeLorean. Probably they would probably use something else. An electric vehicle,
kind of like
1987 Yugo.
There you go.
They'd use a Tesla. They definitely would use a Tesla. It's already electrical.
When you get this baby up to 10 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious battery drop off.
I know one thing. Even if they gave you the sports model of a Yugo, you're never getting it up past 65 miles an hour. Them things, no.
No.
Have you ever seen a sports Yugo, Mike?
No.
Okay. Yugo was made from the former Yugoslavia. They're communist style cars. That means the metal's cheap. Everything in it's cheap. You basically got a cheap version of a Chevette, pretty much. You didn't even get speakers and a radio. You don't have air conditioning in it. The thing sold back in 1989. They were in the malls. They were selling them $8,000-9,000 at the time. Yeah.
You could have bought a car in '89 that didn't have air conditioning.
Yeah.
But these things, they were claiming it was a 4-cylinder, acted more like a 3. And if you got to 65 miles an hour, you were lucky. You're lucky.
You're lucky if the car ran.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
I
the
don't think
speed
it
limit
ran
back then
anymore.
was 55, so you were good.
They were
Yeah.
horrible cars. I don't even know how our government even approved them for shipping over here.
And if you got in an accident, you're dead.
Oh,
Pretty much.
You
I don't
did,
even
Jim.
think they had a firewall between the motor and the driver and the passenger seat. There's supposed to be a firewall there. I don't think the Yugos had one.
I heard about that accident, man. He's talking about them Transformers with the combination of the Street Fighter and the
Don't you even
Transformers. Then he
start.
hit something. It was crazy,
I
man.
bet you Cash Money has a sports Yugo in his driveway.
So,
I love that Yugo, just for the heck of it.
those
Can you
faces, man.
I'm more
those
of a
faces,
lot of
I
fan.
just kept seeing them, and then I hit the tree, man. I just hit the tree. I kept seeing the faces.
I mean, I can still see it now in Transformers. So you have the special needs Transformer that goes into a Yugo. Yay!
No, that's the Transformer that doesn't want to associate with the Autobots or Decepticons.
No, all the Autobots beat up whatever the issue is, and that's when that Transformer gets there. Oh, I'm ready.
I'm transforming into a Yugo.
All right. So this article says the news was announced on the official Back to the Future Twitter account with a link to the musical site. In the West End production, Ollie Dobson took over Michael J. Fox's role as Marty McFly alongside Roger Bart as Dr. Emmett Brown, the role originally played by Christopher Lloyd. For now, it's unclear if any of the original cast members from the West End show will reprise their roles for Broadway. And then it says to give you a better idea what to expect, here's the trailer for the show's original run. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright claim or not, so I'm going to err on the side of caution and
excuse me, can you show pictures? Like just
maybe
images?
if
Maybe you could do that, or maybe like just scroll it instead of like playing it like you've done before with the Disney Plus and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'll just do it this way.
You know, Michael J.
Put the
Fox
sound down
wasn't
and
the original actor. The original actor even started some of the filming. The actor that was originally supposed to play this part was the
Eric
guy
Stoltz.
he played Rocky Dennis. That was one of his most famous roles that he played. But he was a redhead, so you know what happens to them. You know, they get cut out.
No, he wasn't very good. The
That's the
script
truth.
wasn't
But I'm
mentioned
going
with him.
to catch money on here. I'm going to put the redhead thing out there.
I like redheads. What's you got a problem? You want to go for
those scenes? They showed those scenes he was in, and it's like, yeah, the chemistry wasn't there. It wasn't. He didn't have that.
He got the
I hate to
same
see it. I hate to
treatment
see it.
as the original Aragorn did in The Lord of the Rings. If you ever see a clip of him playing Aragorn, he was you know why they brought Hugo Morstein in there, because you know sometimes some of these actors, they get the roles, but they're not good enough for the role.
Exactly. They look good when they're tested, but once they get on the scene, it's like, it was like Genevieve, whatever her name was, with Voyager. They started filming with that, and she said, "No, I can't handle this," and left the show. And they got Kate Mulgrew. They should have gone with Jamie Summers originally.
There's still scenes of her in there, but I'm glad they got rid of her. But here's the thing.
Oh yeah,
she's an actress. I think she has like a French Canadian accent.
Mm-hmm.
But I find ironic they get a Englishman named Patrick Stewart to play a Frenchman in Enterprise, and yes, some of the statements like no Frenchman would ever bring up to Culver and Admiral Nelson. He would not ask for a cup of Earl Grey. I'm sorry, that's English. It's, you know.
And Shakespeare.
Yeah. But I do like that they got I forget her name, Kate Mulgrew. I can't say her name. A good Irish actor. Red hair. You know, justice for redhead.
I mean, like
Gates
going
McFadden.
Back.
Oh, Gates McFadden. Oh.
The big boobs.
Wait, let's go with the one thing though. If he was still alive, I know who we could get to play the Yugo Autobot. Gilbert Godfrey. If he was alive,
There you go. Perfect one. Perfect.
Yeah.
Why am I so slow?
Hey, Optimus, why do we have to fight the Decepticons? I mean, really?
Could you highlight Paddle one of
Ironhide,
these
could you please get
Transformers
rid of that
statements?
Yugo-bot? I've
Mike-
been trying, Prime, but he keeps pestering me.
Mike, can you highlight Paddle on the Transformer statement that he made? Transformers, new forms. Put that up there on the screen for a moment, please. This Padawan. They had a old man as a transformer, and he had a cane. It was in that one where they were at the Egyptian pyramids.
yeah, I'm trying to remember that one. It's been a long
Yeah,
time.
the guy even had a cane. If you remember, the transformer was walking with the cane.
Yeah,
Justice
that's
for all
R71.
Justice
Oh,
for
my.
all people, regardless if they're a machine or organic. Justice for anybody that's old.
So
killed
the article
himself, though.
finishes off by saying, Back to the Future musical. The musical has other direct links to the first movie. The music from the original composer, Alan Silvestri, is used in the play with lyrics by Silvestri and Glenn Ballard. Since this is a musical, there are a number of new songs added to the story. However, songs from the original soundtrack, including Back in Time, The Power of Love, and Johnny Be Good, are also performed in the musical. If the show is a big hit in America, as it was in London, it's possible that there may be a touring editions of the musical as well. But for now, if you really want to see the show, you may want to make reservations when tickets go on sale. Are you interested in seeing Back to the Future, the musical? I gotta be.
Okay.
Coming to a Branson theater near you.
Branson, there we go. Let's see. We got to write some new songs. How about this one? Let's do the time warp. No, that's already been done. Let's see. What else can we do?
Yeah, Padawan editor is Jetfire. But I used to go to plays. I used to love going to plays of Edgar Allan Poe. They used to do a lot in Baltimore. You used to be able to go to a play. Only costs you $10 to go to one. I don't know how much it's going to cost to go see this one. Musical plays, all the same thing to me. If it's reasonable and if it's outside the cities and I can go see it, I'll go see it. But if it's a musical that I have to go into like the inner cities, like Philadelphia or Baltimore or DC, no way. Sorry, no. I value my life.
People choose to go to Philadelphia.
You don't want to choose to go to Philadelphia. No.
What's this? Philadelphia, isn't that the city of brotherly love?
It's supposed to be. It's like they're
Hi.
just going into what?
you hate your
South
brothers.
Central, Compton, whatever they call it now. I don't know.
Let's come on down to the UI there. We got a nice team room.
Broad Street.
Oh, no. We don't want any.
That's every street in Philadelphia. Hey.
Hey.
All right, for the
Hey.
record, Italians don't talk like that. They're not Italian. I disown them. We say down here they're Greek, so they can be Greek to talk. Hey, we don't do that. Hey, or hey, Phil.
They sound cranky like Phil. That's what the Italians.
I have nothing in common with them people in Pennsylvania. Nothing.
Oh no! What are they going to do here?
Well,
no.
we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
Where's Brandon?
Oh my gosh.
Brandon's
we
not
need
here.
Brandon to show up.
Brandon, if you are here, because you never know, somebody could be lurking. They could be, hiding with their cloaking device activated.
Yeah, maybe he's just hanging out in his house and he's like, my bullshit detector is going off.
Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Pacific 414's got something. I better take a look. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you, Steven. I'm right there with you.
Before I ran my head through a wall. You ever know when these people start talking about environmental damage and stuff with the environment, like a former vice president, yet they're driving an SUV that's the biggest gas guzzler and polluter than a regular small automobile. I find it wonderful that these people want to take on the environment. Great, congratulations. What are you doing? Oh, I'm driving an SUV.
Or they have their multi-million-dollar yachts.
There you go.
And how?
Listen, I've always
Plural.
said I'm very pro global warming. More water equals more whoopas. It's a win-win
you go.
situation.
You
You're
want
biased,
some
though.
You want some environmental damage? Pull my finger.
There you go.
Nerd farts are destroying the ozone.
Scientists are studying and approving this to this day that cow farting has done more environmental damage to our ozone layer than any of the pollutions that we're doing right now.
They've never seen my father.
Or me.
You give him a run for the money.
No. But my whole thing is like we have somebody in office right now that says we need to be driving electrical cars. My man has 10 cars in his mansion in North Delaware, and not a single one is an electrical car. So when someone preaches to you sometimes about stuff like environmental damage, look at what they're doing and what they have. How can you tell people should have an electrical car when you don't even own one?
Well, that's
because that's a politician. They're hypocrites.
They're all
hypocrites.
I mean, there's one thing I have to give Ed Begley Jr. a lot of credit for. He does put his, put where his mouth is. He has been going green. As you know, he's an actor promoting environmental this, environmental that. But he is someone who is trying to do that.
The man can act, though. He really
and he can act. But the thing
is,
but the thing is, you have to admire him because he actually is one that's not doing the bull. He's doing, it's like, this is why I believe in. He's actually doing it. Whether you agree or not, or anything like that, you have to admire him for that, and he's a great actor.
Yeah, he is.
This looks like that restaurant guy that stood. There was
Big
a
Boy.
There you
Big
go.
Boy.
Thank you. That's what
Yeah.
it looks like.
Yes, it does. I don't know.
Bob's Big Boy.
I don't know much about Astro Boy. So.
Well,
It looks awful
according
like
to
Bob.
this article from Bound in the Comics, it says Western Astro Boy reboot in development from Miraculous Ladybug creator will tackle modern issues, so we know what that means, like social media and environmental damage. And it's time for Astro Boy to rock it once more as Osamu Tezuka, and if I'm mispronouncing it, please correct me. Iconic Creation is reportedly set to receive a brand new animated television reboot focused on modern day issues, courtesy of Miraculous Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir creator director Thomas Astruc.
Oh, that's the guy with tar and feather. Good. It's nice to have a name to that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, it's just hey, it's a new platform to push our social messaging. Thanks. That's what we wanted.
Yeah, it failed so much. Maybe we can do it with Astro Boy, who doesn't have as huge a recognition here in the United States.
Yeah, and a failed movie, so nobody wanted him back in 2009.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's
Although
how bad it was.
You know what game series Astro Boy inspired?
Mega Man?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
it's
this
going to be
article,
a flop.
Yeah. As first reported by Variety in a June 16th exclusive, the return of Astro, or Adam as he is known in the original Japanese, will reportedly comprise of 52 half-hour long episodes, all of which will be rendered via 3D CGI by the French production studio behind Miraculous Ladybug, Method Animation.
Not the French.
Here we go. We
has
got
to
a
be
Japanese animation that's made for an American market that's going to be created by the French. Do you see how many things are going wrong here?
Well, the title is number one.
It's going to get worse. worse. I'm sure it get worse.
Further, the trade news outlet relayed that the reboot stories will deal with the pressing issues facing people today, such as social media, the internet, and human-caused environmental damage. What happened to just watching television and having fun?
I want them to hit prostate issues, constipation, and erectile dysfunction. If they're
And
going to hit,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We as humans need to stop our defecation amount. Our defecation is too much. We have to cut back so we can have more whales in the ocean and they can defecate freely in an open environment. This is all very important, people. Until we learn that, we need to control our, what was it again? Human functions? What was that statement?
Hey, I want Astro Boy talking about the opioid epidemic. I want him high as a kite. I want him, in the gutter, high off his, rocket boots. And I want that story.
I want the episode Pipe Dreams where he's in an opium house.
Yeah.
Yeah, there he is, just smoking away. Hey.
So
he got to save the world, but he's too high.
He's having those pipe dreams. Don't expect anything for a while, there, boys and girls.
So the article says this deal was struck between the aforementioned Method Animation and Monaco-based entertainment production company Shibuya Productions. And again, if I'm mispronouncing it, I do apologize. Whose most notable credit currently stands as the awkward at best video games Shimu 3 and Twin Mirror. After the two jointly acquired the rights to the robotic hero from Tezuka Productions. As of writing, the details of this deal remain undisclosed to the public.
What did Tezuka Productions put in their sake and drink before they allowed them to take this? I mean, for crying out loud.
Opioids.
Yeah.
All right, so it says, in a joint statement issued alongside this announcement, Method Animation and Shibuya Productions asserted Tezuka's original comics were far advanced in delivering a powerful message to readers worldwide. These fantastic stories of the little boy who flies are all about strong values that still resonate today for a global audience. Meaning, we're going to preach to you just like everyone else.
I guarantee you this is not going to be released in Japan. Might be made by people in Japan, by a company in Japan, but I guarantee you this will never hit Japanese airways.
It's made by the French. What are you talking about?
Made by the French.
It's a huge... Go ahead, Baron.
Oh, I was just going to say, and then to keep that Japanese theme thing going, they're going to have Logan Paul play the voice, because he did such a great job in Japan running around in that.
No, you know what the funniest thing was? I don't watch his podcast, but apparently he has one. And there was a big clip where someone went on there and said, "Have you ever been to Japan?" It's like, oh, right, yeah.
And Mike, never worry about butchering the Japanese language. You're already public enemy number one on that. You can't do any worse, so you're fine. Don't let it bother you.
Ha ha ha! Hardy har har, Phil. Hardy har har.
Hardy Yamagato, Mr. Roboto.
Phil's really digging that hole for sure. That hole has been pretty big.
Yes, he has. For everybody that's been here in the chat, everybody that's been here on the panel, Phil, you keep digging yourself a bigger and bigger hole.
Well,
and I ain't helping you out.
Well, it's not the Japanese words Mike has problems with either. So, sorry. Was my mic on?
Baron.
I'm kidding.
You know what, Baron?
There's a lot of assholes, I think, around.
He's surrounded by them.
I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive.
You think that scares me? I'm married with children. Already there. I'm in hell. Hell is paradise. It's a step up.
That reminds me of what is Christmas Vacation?
Can we find that clip? I think we could play
Worse.
it edited
It's
for
getting
goats.
worse.
Did you remember that one, Mike? Edited for goats. They did a Family Guy thing. It says edited for goats. You should find that clip later. It's hilarious.
There was a little picture next to this. You're seeing like Star Wars pictures to the right of C-3PO leaning on R2-D2, putting his head like, why me? And all this news that we're getting, I feel the same way like C-3PO. Why me?
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Yo!
Keep fighting, assholes.
Yo! Just remember, if you like hot dogs,
Guilty as
lips
charged.
and assholes. Lips and assholes.
Oh, I know what's in hot dogs. I know what's in hot dogs.
Yes, the assholes that have that extra zing to them.
Especially the spicy hot dogs.
It's one of the
And
craziest.
Nathan's has kosher assholes in there, so not in lips.
cool.
So
Yeah, so
Hey, I
basically
made
there's
sausage. I know I made sausage.
Oh my gosh.
so
Is that-
basically they talk about how happy they are about getting the property and how they're going to honor the original creator's work. Yeah, right.
Woohoo!
They've already just destroyed it right there.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Sorry, I'll take the original series. I don't care what anyone says about it. I'll take it.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know much about Astro.
I know
Boy.
we can say it's Japanese run, but that old saying, never trust the French. And here we go. Never trust the French.
Heck, never trust modern entertainment, especially here in the West.
The French are like, we're just drawing it. We didn't write it.
You know,
Why are
there's
blaming
only
us.
there's only two kinds of people that I hate in this world: people intolerant of other people's cultures, and the French. Maybe that's not how the direct quote goes, but close enough.
Yeah, it's close enough.
I know Tolkien didn't like the French, and I know my grandfather didn't like the French. And his was because of World War II. He was not a fan of the French. And he was over there.
Well,
French have always been weirdos.
Mm-hmm. Well, to lose
Just ask John Adams.
They like frog legs, but you know what's worse? French Canadians, how they spell color. We spell it C-O-L-O-R. They spell it C-O-L-O-U-R.
Well, no, that's actually English. That's
English.
English.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Just
blame
some
them on
fodder.
French. Canadian French. It's their fault. I blame Canadian French.
You know, my uncle is a born and bred Texan down there in Texas, and I tell you what, one of the things he loves the most is frog legs, and he's not even French.
That's a southern thing.
Yeah,
They have frog legs on buffets, down south. So
yeah, so it's not a full French thing there. It's
I know people are going to laugh, but it is unheard of. It isn't unheard of somebody driving down the road, hit a deer, rabbit, another animal, and they don't let it go waste. They just throw in the back of their pickup truck and keep on going. That's dinner.
no,
Well, yeah,
Beverly Hillbillies.
No.
What is this next? You're going to tell us Texas tea, black gold.
It is black gold.
I think up here, if you do hit a deer, you can get it tagged and bring it home with you. At least it's tenderized.
It's destroyed. Trust me, believe me. It's
All right.
You don't want to eat one you hit with your truck.
Well,
really, but if you cook it, it should taste pretty good, right?
No, the blood gets all in the meat. It's very not good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it's what brand of truck you got. Because if you get hit by a Toyota truck, it's what a feeling, right?
Oh gosh,
Right,
Phil.
your truck is the one that gets totaled.
Phil,
Oh boy, Phil.
you were doing well, and then it just went all to hell.
Why are you hating me? I didn't come up.
How about new?
Yeah, how about new? Yes.
All right. Got one last article
You're a brave man.
for you, Phil. One last article
you.
for you to start ranting and raving. And well, the rest of us sitting here going, here he goes again.
I feel
just in
hostility
case
in there, and that.
Yeah, I know,
and just in
right?
case he's in the middle of a full-fledged rant, I'll say goodbye because I'm going to have to be going here soon because I have another stream I've got to go to with Boreal. But
That's
bring
right.
it on. In case I disappear, you'll know the reason why. So if I can't get a word in wise, great being with you guys. Go, Phil.
Well, that was another reason why I figured I want to wrap this up because I know you're going to be on Norporial's channel later on, and you're going to be talking about the top 5 Scotty episodes.
Yeah. Our moments, yes. In TOS.
So let me go ahead and put Norporial's link in there before I read this article. And hopefully Nightbot is back from its break.
Nightbot.
All right, so
Hey, when you go on Nerdporial's channel, tell them that us mods for Nerdporial want to raise.
yeah. You know, it's been a while since he's given us a pay raise.
Checks in the mail.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't gotten paid for being on all these I'm on all these shows. I don't get paid. I'm a guest. Come on.
Wait a minute. You guys are getting paid? What? Why were
Hey,
not
listen,
told about this?
I need a pay raise. I'm dealing with all these jokers here. Do something.
I would be happy to get paid anything. I'll even accept Canadian money. You know, it might be funny looking and colorful, but I'll accept it.
I take
The only thing we'll pay you, Phil, is we'll pay you no mind.
Yeah. you and me used to be cool. We ain't cool anymore.
Question is, were you ever actually cool, or did you just tolerate one another?
I did tolerate him when he had the Cardinals hat on his character, but he keeps taking it off, so he must be embarrassed about his Cardinals. So, yeah.
Well, we're playing right now, and we committed 2 errors in the first. So,
are the Cubs winning at least
No.
for the first inning?
We're still actually winning, but we're not looking great.
Your team committed 2 errors, and you're still winning. The Cubs cannot. Oh, God.
That's how bad the Cubs suck. I'll just say that. So, getting on to this article, it says Heather Antos embarrasses IDW Publishing with poor editing job on Star Trek: The Mirror War. Cisco one shot.
The hell you say?
Oh, really? Star Trek fans are livid with IDW senior editor Heather Antos after the publisher's recent Star Trek: The Mirror War Cisco one-shot was released to readers chock full of spelling, storytelling, and continuity errors that should have been caught by someone in an editorial position.
Yeah. The art's not impressing me either.
They reverted Cisco to pre-Riker, no mustache, no beard. That's unjustified. Cisco has to be with his mustache as much as Riker with the beard. Show that clean shave.
Let's find out about the story because it's probably taking place in the Mirror Universe. So it says the plot of Mirror War, the Mirror War miniseries tie-in is simple. In the Mirror Universe, Kira Nerys, here the intendant of Terok Nor, and running on behalf of the Cardassian Klingon Alliance, sends her love slave Benjamin Sisko on a task to destroy her political rival Karaktir.
And women belong in the church.
Yeah.
Well, this is full disclosure. I always liked that a visitor as intendant Kira.
Oh yeah. I just
He was polyamorous.
Check a pow pow.
The issue eventually ends at the beginning of the 23rd episode of Deep Space Nine's second season crossover, with Prime Kira arriving in the Mirror Universe. The errors in the book begin with Cisco, who appears to be far younger than how he looked in season 2 of Deep Space Nine, not to mention how colorist DC Alonso's highlighting of his brow skin looks more than rough around the edges. Well, have you looked at comics lately? It doesn't seem like anybody can draw.
No, this is all computer.
It's pretty good. It's just not. I don't know, something about it.
No,
It could
I
be
don't
worse.
think it's even pretty good.
It
I don't
could.
think it's
It
even
could be worse. I don't.
It
I've seen
doesn't look like
worse.
Cisco to me, and that does not look like Kira to me.
This is Star Trek. You're supposed to have some of your top artists. They should have like Gordon Purcell. Bring him back to do it, for crying out loud.
Kira doesn't even look Kira. I'm sorry.
Is it my imagination, or is it Star Trek really obsessed with these relationships? I mean, there's been some, but okay.
That's all it is now. It's Love Trek. Love Trek.
That's the weird thing.
Across the universe. It's Love Trek.
That's what it's.
As the
Everything seems to be
galaxy
boiling down
turns.
to that, because everyone talks about, oh, what you don't want to see, alphabet representation in this kiss or this relationship or whatever. I don't want to see any of it. I'm trying to watch an action movie. I don't care who's kissing who.
Right.
It's Love Trek. It burns. When I pee, it really burns.
Oh my
God. And I know I said this a lot, that Picard can't kiss. What is that mouth breathing stuff going on in that bottom panel? That does not look like kissing. They look like they're trying to inhale each other.
Alien.
I don't know. I don't know.
Pop.
Maybe this wasn't a Deep Space Nine crossover. Maybe it's a species crossover.
Or it could be. Or maybe they part of their breathing process is they have to suck air out of each other.
Now, I want to point one thing out, though, too. Look at Cisco's ear. It almost looks like a Vulcan.
Like Klingon.
Yeah.
I mean, not a Klingon, whatever
Vulcan.
Spock is.
Vulcan.
Yeah.
Vulcan.
Look at how pointy that ear is.
Look, the artwork. I'm sorry, it's atrocious. This is Star Trek. You should have some of the best artists out there doing this. They should be clamoring for it.
Look at the comics that DC did and Marvel did when they had the rights to do Star Trek comics. Look at that art and compare it to this art, and look at how much better
I
the
will
art
do that
from
later.
Marvel and DC are compared to this.
Oh yeah, well, just a second. Let me show an example. Just 1 second here. And in fact, you don't have to worry about changing anything. I just have to do this. I mean, look at that. Right there. Look at that artwork.
Yeah, I like that.
That's better.
Me, by the way. That's me, by
I know.
the way.
I get that.
But
I
I mean,
like
Gordon Purcell drew that for some of his first outings with Star Trek.
Wait a minute. Is that him in a TNG green shirt?
You know how colorists are.
Justice for green shirts.
It's gold. Sometimes gold can look like green depending on the background and other
I
colors
mean,
around it.
you look at that art and that Baron has that man drew for him, that artist.
Gordon Purcell.
Yes. Gordon, yes. And you can just see the attention to detail, definitely, with eyebrows and that, it's with the emotion. It's interesting. So this kind of looks like, if you look at these two, they kind of look like they're kind of robots. So their faces.
Yeah, they have blank faces except for the fact that the chick has a eternally scrunched nose for whatever reason.
That's her.
Well,
that's
she's
her look.
supposed to be Bajoran.
She's Bajoran. They have that.
Yeah. But you know what? It looks like it was copy pasted, literally. It looks like it was copy pasted horribly on there. It does not even match the skin tone on there, for crying out loud. What we're seeing here is Elon Musk AI robots.
All right. Oh, that.
I'm
face.
still waiting. He said that he was gonna make Catgirl, so I'm waiting for it to happen.
Cat girls.
And the article continues saying a typo can also be seen just pages later when Cisco's first meeting with black market weapons dealer to Sachs Reyes. The former refers to the mirror universe Kira as intendant, a clear misspelling of her proper name, title intendant. Yeah, well,
Man, somebody got
so
really
so
lazy
basically,
with this.
so yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Basically, what we're seeing here is laziness. Okay, yeah, I know. I've made tweets where I've had spelling errors. You know what I do? I
Yeah.
delete that tweet and I
Delete it,
fix it.
make it again. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, scroll back up to those images up there. Okay, stop. Take a look at that background in the lower. No, not next to the one where the Cardassian is fighting the pseudo Cisco. I mean, literally, you can tell all that is a photograph that they did a little computerization over it to make it look like it's a drawing. That's lazy. That's lazy.
Interesting.
I could do that in Photoshop. Literally, can do that in Photoshop.
That was done in Photoshop or whatever it is they're working. Yes, this is how lazy these artists are. How horrible they are. I'm not artistic, but I appreciate artistic.
I'm going to tell you this right now, Baron. This still looks better than. I don't know if this is saying much, but it still looks better than the Cartoon Network Princess of Power stuff.
Oh well, yeah, well.
Oh
That goes
gosh.
without saying. I hate that Californiation art. Oh,
yeah.
Or what the hell they call that? I call it atrocious garbage. But
Did he really say take that?
yeah.
Yes, yes,
That
he is actually saying take that.
Take that. I got you
Oh.
guys.
Yeah, I've heard Cisco say that many times on the show. Take that, you Cardassian scum.
Okay, first of all, before we go any further, what is wrong with this image?
What's wrong with Chief O'Brien?
Besides the fact he looks like the Chekhov from the Star Trek movies.
The vessels.
Yeah, he looks like the late Anton, whatever his name is. Rest his soul.
Anton
No,
Yelchin.
but other than that, what is wrong? Right off the bat.
Why'd they draw a ruby rose in the right hand side?
I need to have it like.
Where's the spots?
Well,
Yeah, she got no tattoos, man.
The actress that played Ruby Rose, she got to get some money somehow. She's got to eat, so I guess put her in there.
If that's our little trill, where's the spots? The trills have spots.
Yep.
You don't see any of them on there. Right off the
Where
bat,
are
that's the first thing.
where are the com badges?
Yep.
Yeah, that is.
Work
weird.
don't have one.
It's sloppy.
Well, Quark probably would have one unless he was there as an observer and he was told to take a com badge to keep in contact with the Defiant or the Runabout.
And then there's just back and saying it absolutely right too. They brought Worf in too soon. He didn't come into the DS9 until a little later.
Why do they have two Defiants?
And why is it shooting two lasers?
Why
one
is
on each
one
side?
dark? One's dark and one's light. I guess that's to emphasize good versus bad.
Yeah, because they did have the Defiant in the Mirror Universe.
Yeah, they had to build one, didn't they?
Yeah, they built one. Something about if I remember right, it's been a while since I saw it. I think that like the mirror O'Brien was able to get the schematics and such like that, and they built.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they brought Cisco over because they were having trouble with their version of the Defiant getting it to work right.
Yeah, but did they bring the Defiant over to the Mirror Universe in this?
No, they built their own in the Mirror
Well,
Universe
I mean,
based
that's why
off the schematics.
I'm just wondering why there's two of them here. I know they can bring people over, but can they bring the entire ship over?
Yeah.
This is getting out of hand.
I mean, they do it in Star Trek Online. I think it's an official thing that you can actually bring a ship over.
Nah.
I think the appropriate answer for all this is highly illogical. This is all highly illogical.
That's such horrible artwork. Oh my word.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm a great artist, but
Well,
It's
I'm not an artist. I just appreciate art, good art.
Yeah,
You
you
can
know
see
what's
That's
good and
like,
what's not.
well, Mike,
Oh,
you're
look
familiar
at
with
that.
this. You know, people always say,
Oh man,
you
yeah,
know,
it is.
Yeah, like
people
that.
always
That's not
say,
Look
good.
at that face. Ooh.
"Oh, you're not a, you don't know what you're talking about with sports. You're not a GM. How do you know better than the GM?" I don't have to be a GM or a coach to know that you just made a dumbass decision.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, this is the new editor. She looks like she's full of crap.
Yeah, well,
I've
looks
heard the name
exactly what you
Heather
expect.
Antos before. It's never followed up by anything good.
I don't know about her. So.
Oh, you can see the pronouns coming out and every other little thing that's buzzword along with it.
Oh,
If
I
you
hate
don't like the
buzzwords.
Star Trek, you are homophobic and you're racist because it's centered around Cisco, and obviously you don't like black people. And of course, you have that Kira, and she's polymorphous. And of course, Kira and Cisco get together. So obviously, you're racist there because you don't like seeing them getting together because black and white. And she's polymorphous, so obviously you're against those people of the LGBTQ blah blah blah. I mean, you can see it just coming right out of her mouth if you don't like it. And if you don't like the artist, there's something wrong with the artist. It's obviously it's an impersonal.
Well, one thing, right? Well, one thing we got to get excited about, they're bringing back the '97 X-Men series, and they're like, we're going to talk about real life issues. Like, oh boy,
No.
Yep, just leave it. Don't do this.
Whose real life issues are we going to discuss? Their real life issues, my real life issues, Cash's real life. Yeah. I like everybody here, but guess what? I don't want to talk about my real life issues with everybody. And I think everybody here doesn't want to do that. Why would we want this in our comic books or entertainment? Or I don't see the whole purpose.
Because it's that
Agenda.
entitlement thing. And then what happens is, like we've seen with some of these comic book artists, they're like, well, if you don't like it, you don't have to buy it. Cool.
Okay.
We don't.
And that's why comic books in the United States industry has nearly collapsed.
And that's why you have some going out there with their little GoFundMe or whatever. Please give me some money. I can't make my bills because no one's buying my comic. That's literally happening out there.
Yeah.
But the thing is about X-Men, yeah, they did deal with real life things, but they did it in allegory.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
but it
thing.
also made sense to the story, and that's important.
It's all it's very relatable. I remember watching I don't remember it all offhand, but the X-Men animated series, and there were a lot of episodes where it's like you can really relate with the characters, you can understand what's going on, and they did it without talking about whatever Clinton or W were doing at the time. You don't have to do, you don't have to talk about real issues and be relatable to people just by talking about modern politics.
And
there's a difference between issues and politics.
Right.
Talking about bullying, that's fine. That's cross-platform. Everybody. We can all agree bullying is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Talking
Unless
about
it's against
underage
you.
drinking, that's perfectly fine. I don't mind them venturing there. Talking about abuse in general, that's fine. But when we start going into breaking down to ideologies and movements, I'm sorry.
Right.
That's where the lines crossed. We had that, Baron, that we had this when we were younger. They would have it on ABC. They would have cartoons would tell you, eat a lot of junk food, you're going to get sick. That's fine. Telling kids don't eat too much candy, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Telling kids, try to go out and get some exercise, that's fine. We had that. But going out and telling these kids stuff that a kid, for me, anything under 12, you don't go into graphic details with about grown-up things. You leave that alone. There are certain things you don't discuss, and especially with kids.
Right.
In today's world, now they want to throw a kid shouldn't know anything about politics. Why would they need to know? Why would they want to know? And why are they throwing it in there? That's my whole series.
Get them while they're young. Get them while they're young.
So technically, it's grooming. The very thing that we all can say is you shouldn't do is what they want to do.
Yeah.
They want to change the culture. They want to change America, or they want to change the world, basically. But in order to do that, you can't let these kids be taught by their families and their parents about what's right and what's wrong, and while they're growing up. So they have to get them in the schools, get them while they're impressionable, and teach them behind their parents' backs, and don't let the parents know what they're being, because they groom them to tell them don't tell your parents about this, or you're not allowed to see the curriculum. They've been doing this for years, and they know how to do it. They've war gamed all this. They know exactly what the crap they're doing, and they have to teach these kids now.
It's straight from the creepy uncle. Don't tell your parents now.
Yeah.
The school's doing the same thing. It's like whenever you have to tell a kid, now don't tell your parents now, unless you're hiding a gift, then it's wrong.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed. But I guess it's a different era and a different time, but I'll still say this: the old ways are still the best ways. My first line of defense as a kid was my parents. If I had a problem, I went to my parents. They were the first people I told. My parents asked me, what did I do today in school? What did I learn today in school? The first line of defense is your parents. Second, and that's even more important. Look, we had a basic thing growing up, loyalties. What are the 3 loyalties? First, for me, is my God and my faith. Second is my family. Third is my community and nation. Number 3 doesn't rule out number 2. Number 2 does not interfere with number 1. That's how I was brought up. That is the 3 big things when it comes to loyalty and how to grow a family. How somebody else does it across the street from me, that's their business. But once you start infringing and doing that with my kids, I have 3 kids. I have 6 grandkids. No one should be telling them anything outside of what the family's telling them until they're old enough to make that decision for themselves. And I'm sorry, comic books for me is an area, I know a lot of adults are into it, but that's mainly was for kids. That's a kid area. Cartoons, same thing. If a kid gets a chance to get his hand on a comic book or watch a cartoon, then that's why that should be always G-rated, G mentality. You don't go venturing in anything other than normal what a kid should be going through. What game am I playing with tomorrow? Who am I playing with? How do I deal with this person? Or how do I deal with that? Basic. Nothing about, I want to get into a relationship. 10-year-old should the last thing to be thinking about is getting into a relationship.
I mean, obviously, it can go into a little bit of the PG area because the superheroes fighting and all that. But the funny thing is, the kids know that it's fantasy, that's fake. It's a fantasy world fighting that's in there. You have Superman beating up Bizarro, or Batman and going against the Joker and all that. So you get a little bit of that PG in there. But again, they always say back, "Oh my God, the violence, blah blah blah." The kids know.
Yeah,
the kids know better than to jump off the top of the roof and think they can fly like Superman.
We knew.
We watched
all this crap, and we knew.
We watched reruns of the Three Stooges. We weren't going to put someone's
We're not
face.
going to go and jump off a cliff and stuff like Wile E. Coyote.
No, exactly.
I did want my Acme rocket launcher though.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we all.
You know what's funny about that?
My Acme mallet, dang it.
In the comic books that you used to get as a kid, you used to open up and they had the monkey fish that you could have bought, or another issue of another comic book. But they had these toys that were issued by Acme, and that's what's the company's name. And they had by these sturdy army men with these special tanks and all this. There was actually an Acme, not talking to supermarket, company that manufactured cheap toys.
Oh, there's a lot of Acme companies out there. It's kind of a general name thing. I always get a chuckle when I see that. Acme, is it a Roadrunner, a division of Roadrunner?
And don't forget that Chrysler did come out with a car called the Roadrunner, and it did have on the little sticker painted onto the car the actual Roadrunner.
Yep,
they got the rights to do that.
Yep.
It's a Tim. Tim, Spock is not on. Just so you know.
What happened to Spock? Did we lose Spock?
He'll
Did he go on the pond far and
Probably.
wild night? What happened? I'm worried about Spock. Spock.
Yeah.
He's hungover.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to hop off here.
Yeah.
I know I'm crazy,
Really?
but I enjoy driving everybody else crazy, bringing you down to my level. I
Yeah, you do a
enjoy
good
it,
job.
especially Cash Money, which one day he'll like redheads, but it's okay. I'll be there.
Sure, whatever, buddy.
I'm there for you, Cash. Red Sonja is a good movie. You're going to like it, I promise. But anyway, I got to go. You guys have a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you all soon. Have a good day.
You go, Phil.
Boy, Phil.
Take
Boy.
care.
See you, Phil. Yeah.
We had our Phil, right?
Yeah, we had our Phil.
Yep. Bingo. Yeah.
Now we need to put Phil on like a word limit. You know, when he reaches like 100 words per rant, he just cut him off.
Okay. 5 minute penalty.
It's over.
Like
you went
Twitter,
over
every
the
time
100. Yeah.
when he gets like to like 90 words, then a big red spot comes up and says you're almost there. So yes.
Kind of like when you do the tweets on Twitter, the little wheels kind of turning, it starts turning yellow, telling you how many words you have left. Yeah.
Yep. That's it. That's what we need.
And Bill, we're saying this partly joking. but maybe I need to start playing a sound, maybe something like this.
Now the Gong Show. You need Gong Show.
Oh, there we go.
I have a gong.
Oh, I'm sure you got a gong.
Get it on. Play a gong.
Isn't that from the Nirvana song? And I don't got a gong, and I don't know. There we go. That's what we need there, buddy. Play that.
But Phil's a good guy, but he gets on a roll. We all get on a roll, and
I like to see the map, like a map diagram of where he goes during a rant. Like how many roads it twists off into.
Pretty cool.
You know those pin boards where they got all the pictures and the string and their cats and all that? That's what I picture.
Yeah. Love you, Phil. Love you.
We do love you, Phil.
Fun, man. Having fun with you, man.
Justice for Star Trek 5.
Well, we needed that.
Oh, whoopa.
Thank you, Justice.
Bye-bye. Oh, bye-bye.
Justice Whoopa got whooped.
Yep.
It's about the only way I'm gonna beat a Cardinal fan. Oh gosh. I mean, okay.
Hey, have you seen the score?
Bill,
I
I understand
you
you didn't like the Transformer figures, but there's somebody. Might as well. I need my pain.
Bottom of the third, Cardinals 5, Cubs 0.
Oh no!
Not surprised.
Mr. Ivan Herrera, the future, the heir apparent to Yadier Molina, got his first hit today. Just figured you'd.
Well,
like
of course he did. It's against the Cubs.
But I mean, Jack Flaherty did get injured for the 50th time, so which is not fun.
Well, you don't really have much to complain about. Whoopa, your team's playing good ball.
Yeah, and I've always think there's things like you never want to see an injury, but this is his fourth injury in like a calendar year. It's like Reyes. You have Reyes, and he keeps getting hurt. And at first, it's like, man, this is just painful. Like, why does this keep happening? And then after the fifth, sixth time it happens, you're like, well, what'd you really expect? You'd hate to see it, but at some point you're like, well, he's always hurt. That's just no news.
I'm kind of hurt by that. Sorry.
Baron.
You got cricket sound effect for that one?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I do have the cricket sound effect. I might as well play it. So here we go.
Thank you. I'll just continue doing my Picard. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry for whatever it is I did as a white man. Please forgive me. Actually, look, the only thing bad you ever.
You know what's kind of funny? I remember hearing a story back in the day when the Star Trek Next Generation was running, and Whoopi Goldberg started, and she back at that time, DWM was kind of a popular thing being said around, which meant dead white males. And I remember she was doing that around Patrick Stewart, and Patrick Stewart just said, "Hey, can you please not do that anymore?" What happened to Patrick Stewart? Now it's, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
He's a DWM.
Yeah, he is. I hate to say it.
Yeah, Hollywood will get to you. It don't, as long as you're there, they're going to get to you. You can't escape them. There's not many Hollywood people who are haven't turned that way, I guess. And if they are, they're silent and they have to be.
Yeah.
Or they're not working, or they're vocal, they're not working. So.
Well, Tom Selleck, who's a little bit too big to be that. Chris Pratt, who doesn't live in Hollywood.
Chris Pratt doesn't give a rat's what people think about him. You know,
Love Chris Pratt
or whatever. Yeah, of course.
From Virginia, Minnesota. He's one of our boys.
So
he's a different breed because he's obviously a Christian, but he's nice to everybody and he helps people. He's got that mentality that we all should have, but he gets the people he's around will defend him against people that aren't around him and just try to trash him.
I think that's the huge thing because we know that he's a Christian, and I guess we don't know his political views. We know he's Christian, but just the fact that even I was going to say no offense, but I mean full offense if they take it. They won't hear it, but the crazies like Mark Ruffalo and Chris Evans who are hate anyone who's right of Stalin. They were, even when he was getting a bunch of hate, came out and defended him. That doesn't say something. I don't know what does.
Yeah. And he doesn't be political. He doesn't come out and do that sort of thing. So he's smart enough to keep it to himself, even if it's right wing or left wing. He knows 50% of his audience are either or. So I mean, that's a smart thing to do. These people can't figure that out anymore. They have to talk. They have to say something.
They have a lot of time on their hands. I mean, and like the George Takei and those people to make these tweets and so on. So yeah, you just you ignore it, or you just or you usually just laugh at it. I mean, these people are just, but it's not just. It's everybody. You go to Entertainment Weekly, you find the same kind of garbage. You go here and you just want to make fun of it, and then people get really upset. But it's just too easy.
Yeah,
it's too easy.
Well, see, the big difference is there's a difference between spouting off your political beliefs.
No.
But the thing is, these people, Mark Hamill and all these others, they do personal attacks against the people.
Yeah.
In other words, it's like they're attacking not they're not spouting a political belief, but they're saying back, well, if you're a part of the other belief, you're this.
Right. Yeah.
It's like you just pissed off half the nation, and so
you can't go. I mean, you can go on Twitter and say, "I'm disappointed that Roe v. Wade was overturned, and I feel women should have rights or bodily autonomy or whatever, whatever the message is."
Disagree.
And not attack the other half of the country. And most people will just ignore you, or they're for abortion. What would you do? So, but most of them get on there and say, "You guys are crazy, and you're trying to kill us," and I mean, there's all kinds of weirdness that.
Right.
It's always the extreme. Always.
Yeah, they have to broadcast it. They can't be. And I get it because, I mean, I'm not afraid to say I'm pro-life, and I've been vocal about it on my Twitter. But like, I'm not going to go on. They'll talk about it on everything. They have to comment on every issue, everything that happens, and they'll say it everywhere. Like, look, my next video I'm going to make, I'm not going to talk about the decision. It's not something when you're doing your media, focus on your media.
Mm-hmm.
You got other things to do.
Well,
yeah,
You have
unless
to brag
unless
into
your
everything.
videos are that way, I
Right.
mean,
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, these Hollywood people, they have to
It's-
comment on everything.
Well, it's here we go again with these gaming companies, Microsoft, Insomniac Games, who's a developer for Sony, like just on and on. Santa Monica, San Diego, or whatever. Santa Monica, I forgot what it's called. But they're all like,
Santa
oh
Monica
well, we feel
Studios.
that's it, Santa Monica Studios. Thank you. They all say the same thing, just like they did with a certain 3 letters, just like they did with this, just like they did with that, and they just it's like, do you understand that people that buy your stuff don't just think the way you do? And so it's usually just empty virtue signaling. It just is. They don't really care about this issue. They're just doing it to get brownie points.
yeah,
All they do is
Just
lose
get
themselves
those
sales.
points, man. Yeah, it's
they
just
all
stupid.
believe that the world is going a certain way. That's their
Yep.
belief. It's a religion now, but
Yeah,
they believe
it
the
is.
world is going this direction, so they're trying to get on board now so they don't get run over.
The big thing is they think they and they even sit back and say you're on the wrong side of history, which means they think they're on the right side of history, which means they're going to spout it even more, and that's the wrong approach.
It is,
no matter what side that you're on.
And so much of that, what I think is a good point people have made. Like, whether you think that it's the right thing to do or not, don't think that these companies are, really care. They're just doing the math and realizing, maternity leaves cost this much, but driving you to another state only costs this much. Well, this one's a lot cheaper. We'll do that. They're not doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. They're looking at the budget.
They're catering to people is what they're doing.
They are. And even if some of them that work there believe that, it's just like it's not going to help your company. It's not going to help your business. It's not going to help anything, because we know how this can backfire on people. And then people get upset and so on.
And they're pandering to people who aren't necessarily even their customers and never will be.
No.
So that means that it's futile. It's like, okay, we're doing all this for nothing. In fact, worse than that, people being turned away from it.
It's comic books. They are pandering to a section of the country, a small section of the country that doesn't even read their books.
No.
You're driving all your actual fans away, paying customers, and pandering to a group that might read one book and then never see it again, or just cause. It makes no sense.
And when it's just before I let you go, Whoopa, just it's when you're getting these issues with people, it's like, look, I understand your feelings, but you and I are never going to agree on this. So you can do one or two things. We can just block each other and call it a day, or we can have a conversation like adults. That's it.
That's how Cash and I come to a relationship here.
Yes.
Sometimes you just have to get along.
Set your phaser on stun. No, but anyways, go ahead, Whoopa.
Shoot. I was gonna say, like, it. I think all this stuff too, just, I guess, it radicalizes. But no, it radicalizes people to the sense that, like, I don't particularly. I never was a big fan of Disney. I thought even as a kid, all they do is make these stupid princess movies. I don't want to watch them. But I just didn't like them. Even when they were rebooting everything, I'm like, ugh, whatever. And even when they were they absolutely butchered Star Wars, it's like, well, I don't want to watch that. It stunk, but I was still like, well, I don't have faith in them, but I'm not going to swear them off or anything. Once the stuff with Gina came, I'm like, well, I'm not. If it has Disney in the name, I'm not going to watch it. I don't want to give them any money. And I think that's the thing. If you just make bad products, people will look at EA. EA sucks. But I think most people here give them some second chances if they hear something good. because they don't swear them off. They're not just an evil, they don't attack you. They just make bad quality stuff. And I think that's the thing. Once you
who does it, but
yeah,
Well,
but like
gentlemen,
once
I
you
gotta go.
Yeah,
Sorry
I was
about
gonna
that.
say I
let's
could see the
call it,
signs from Baron that he's got to go because he's going to be on Norpoil's channel
right
in less than 15 minutes. So
Yeah, now I gotta pee.
Don't we all?
It's gonna take the whole extra 15
I
minutes.
gotta fill this up.
Oh no! Family friendly.
Demonetized.
I'm not even monetized, so it wouldn't even matter.
Okay. I'll catch you guys all later. You have a good one. Hopefully you swing on over and hear me pontificate over there.
See you, man.
Yeah, I'll definitely
Goodbye,
write
comrade.
Nerd's channel.
Take care.
Bye.
Take care, brother.
All right.
Speaking of Nerdpoil, I'll put his link in there one more time.
Now we lost
ahead,
the sex
Whoopa.
appeal of the channel. We've just got 4
we
icons.
found Michael Chiklis. Michael Chiklis just entered. He says, "Give me the Baron." We
Made
found
it
you,
back.
Michael Chiklis. We found you.
No, you cannot have the Baron.
Yeah, you don't get to come in here and make demands. That's not how this works.
Yeah, I'm sure Brian came over here and went, Mike, you son of a bitch.
Stealing my guests.
Taking my guest from me. Hey, I offered him a moment on the panel because I need some rescuing. Help.
It's terrible.
I am in no position to grant nothing. All right, Khan. All right, Admiral. But no, it's been a great talk today, and yes, okay. So Phil, he got on a rant, and yeah,
Rants.
yeah,
Yes.
Plural.
Rants. Yes.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm going. Yeah,
That's par for the course, though. Really.
I guess so.
I'm just happy I didn't lead the stream and getting kicked off this time.
Man, you were here for the whole time. Look at you. Internet's working good.
It is actually.
All
Thankfully.
right. That's great, man.
and Nerporial says, "Oh my God, it's anonymous."
Well,
It's me in all my glory.
it's a nerdporial sighting. Yep.
And he also says, "I just heard Whoopa makes good content." Well, of course he does.
I don't know where you heard that. Some misinformation there.
Yeah, it's a bad rumor going around.
Hey, only I can say that. You can't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, I think Michael Chiklis does use cash, nerdporial.
Use no cash.
Well, I think now's a good time to wrap up the show and raid Nerporial if you so choose. I want to
So-
thank. Go ahead, Whoopa.
Oh, sorry. I just brought up something. I don't know. This is just a YouTube thing. Is there? I've heard there's raiding settings now. Like you can actually raid chats in on YouTube now. Like, you know how Twitch has the raid feature? Apparently
Yeah.
YouTube has added it. Do you know how that works? I've never I just found it out like last week.
This is the first I'm hearing about it.
Because I was on a Mr. Poriel's channel over there. It popped in. Someone was like, "Hey, been raided or whatever." I'm like, "What? I never heard of that."
Yeah, I think it's like when your stream ends, it just automatically throws you over into somebody else's stream.
Well, I thought usually you can like choose, but I've never. I heard of it, but I haven't live streamed since I found out about it. So I have no idea how you would, go about even doing that.
I don't know. It may be a
usually
YouTube
go
thing
over
if
to
you're.
the channel when it's live.
Yeah,
I think it may be in the YouTube streaming, like if you're going through YouTube instead of StreamYards. I could be wrong. I don't know how it works. That's just thinking
I'm
out
not
loud.
sure. Like I said, this is the first I'm hearing of it.
it's cool. If it's a feature that's added, that's gonna be pretty big for all of us.
Yeah, it is. I mean, well, tend to gravitate toward the same circles and try to support each other, whether we go over when someone's live or we leave a comment after the live stream and do a thumbs up. And yes, the Enterprise does await, because without this man, the Enterprise is nothing. Here we go.
I know this ship like the back of my hand.
So I want to thank everybody who came on to the panel: Cash Money, Whoopa Troopa, Anonymous, Baron Orman Tog, and also Phil McCracken.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you for the hours, the minutes of entertainment, Phil. Greatly
That's right.
appreciate it.
The stream would be only 2 hours long if it wasn't for Phil.
Probably.
And of course, I don't want to forget the chat. I want to thank the Nerdpoil Lifeform for coming by. Granted, he was coming by probably to retrieve his guest. Stop talking to him, Mike.
Let him go.
Give me my guest. Let him go. No, he is mine. We also had the Padawannabe. Of course, Whoopa Troopa. Thank you to Steven Ransom. Thank you to Tim's Talk. Keep scrolling here. All right, keep going. We had Zan Zoltan stop by. We also had, I know I saw him. Let me get to his name. Where are you, Resolute Germ? There you are.
Pops was here.
Resolute Germ. And real quick, hello to Pops. Thank you
He
for
was
stopping by.
lurking.
Greatly appreciate it. See, that's what I said. You never know who's going to be by. You never know who might have their cloaking device on. And they're waiting to disengage that cloaking device at the right time.
And attack.
Yes. You are Klingon. We also had Christian Phantom Geek. Thank you for stopping by. Also want to thank, keep scrolling up, Das Wolfen for stopping by. Thank you very much. We also had Mr. King of all Kaiju, the Bleeding of all Kaiju, Godzillionaire. And we also had Killy Chow, Rotide, Killy Chow. We also had Spock from Spock's Friday Night stop by. Thank you very much. We also had, keep scrolling up and I'll get to the name, because I don't want to leave any name behind. That's just how I am. We also had Darius Muchhausen. Thank you very much, brother. We also had Cam's Crash Courses. Thank you, Cam. We also had going your Muslim uncle. Thank you. Salam. And we also had the lovely Sherry. Thank you very much. And of course, we had Paranorman Tog. And we also had, come on, DJ Ronnie G, I know you were here. Well, we also had Gab Stargate. And of course, Anonymous.
That's me.
DJ Ronnie G. We also had Mr. Brown's Alliance. thank you very much for stopping by for the first of what I hope is many. We also had Matt from Channel 66. And, of course, Cash Money from Phantom Hooligans.
Yo.
And we had DJ Ronnie G. And that was everybody who was here during the live stream. To everybody who was lurking, leaving a like, thank you very much. And let's see. Pop says, yeah, lurking from the farm, can't stream from here. That's all right, brother. I appreciate you lurking. I appreciate you leaving a like, and I appreciate everybody who was here on the panel with me and everybody who stopped by during this live stream. And of course, anybody who stops by and watches it on the replay, thank you very much. If you like this or anything else you see here on the channel, be sure to leave a comment and a thumbs up. Before we leave, is there anything you guys would like to promote?
I got nothing right now.
Just still working on stuff.
Okay.
Well, I have some stuff. I don't know if you guys are aware, but next week is Whoopa week starting tomorrow.
Oh boy.
From Monday to Sunday. That's
The whole week of it?
A whole week of Whoopa. Sunday. Oh, no.
Fabulous.
It's going to be great. And
looking forward to it.
I'm going to have something every week. I think I'm going to have 4 streams and 3 videos. That's the goal. I've already got one almost done.
All about Whoopa, huh?
It is all about. I have my 100 subscriber video that's like a month plus late, but that's almost done. That's going to be on Monday. And then, yeah, Tuesday, every day for the next 7 days, I'm going to have something. So be on the lookout.
Nice.
All right.
We will be on the lookout.
Certainly will. Certainly will. Of course, the next live stream here on the channel will be another edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, followed by a live reaction and maybe a short review of the next episode of The Orville, which is The Tale of Two Topas.
Uh-oh.
Yes. And of course, I'll post my review of the next episode of The Old Man as well. And, I might do a few surprise streams as well. At some point, I do want to do a 6-player playthrough of Shredder's Revenge.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I tried to shout you out there. I don't know if I ever went to anything. But,
I haven't heard anything yet, but, this individual could also be busy, so.
Mm.
And of course, on July 16th at 8 o'clock in the evening, and that's Eastern time, I will have a special edition of Pop Talk, and we will be talking all about video games. So
Cool.
I know that's a wide range of, different varieties of games and different eras of games, but we're going to talk about it.
It's all going to be Pokemon,
you're
baby.
from the... you know what, Whoopa? I was going to wait till that stream, but we start talking about Pokemon, and maybe I could use this for the next time Phil comes on too.
2 hours later.
You're gonna need to time me on that, or else it's just gonna be all Pokemon all the time.
Whoopa, come on! There's other eras of video gaming we want to talk about. Oh, and then there's Pokemon Red, Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon Purple.
I could make your live stream 12 hours and all be Pokemon.
Well, you are allotted 12 hours before you have to stop the live stream and start another one.
There you go. It's a perfect amount of time. I'll take that as permission that you just gave me to.
I was afraid of that. And Pops here says, Whoopa Troopa, doopity doo, Whoopa Troopa, 7 days of videos for you.
Yes, indeed.
Well, why not 24 hours of videos, Whoopa?
Oh, I gotta eat
Whoopa
sometime.
Troopa, 24 hours, 7 days a week.
That'd be a little rough. I don't know if I could make it.
Hey guys, this is Whoopa Troopa. I'd like to blame PACIFIC414 for this idea. You stupid Cub fan.
I'd say at one of those streams is just gonna, you're gonna walk in, the stream's gonna, whatever game is gonna be idling, and you'll just hear.
Yeah, Pop says I'm going to contact you all for a 4+ hour stream. Well, we've gone 5 hours here, so it's not like we can't handle it.
My butt's numb.
My stomach's growling.
That too. It's almost dinner time now. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thank you,
You're-
Phil McCracken. I blame you.
That's why every time there's a lull, it fixes the butt issue and the stomach issue. I just get up and grab a snack.
There you go.
Well, and Phil, I say this as a joke. The next time Phil goes on a rant, we all get up and get ourselves a snack.
Hey, let's do that. Really. Just mute your mic and just get up. And just let him talk, and he'd be like, "Hello, hello."
And then we unmute our mics, and all people hear is the sound of us chewing, which is, honestly, I don't know how everybody feels about that, but
yeah, nobody wants to do that.
Yeah, nobody really does. And that's just meant as a joke too. Don't take it literal, folks. You'll get bad jokes here on the channel. Brought
We're
to
full
you
of
by
it.
me. But again, thank you all for watching today's edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. You've all been great. I hope I haven't caused any of you
Emotional damage!
Every week.
Oh, wow, man. Jeez. So I guess what I'm trying to say that
I want you to know it's over.
Well. Bye.
So take care, everybody, and have a good rest of your Sunday.